Tonight on Diplomacy League Night, we are covering the Tour of Britain as our feature league, and we have 5 virtual Diplomacy League games, 5 Tour of Britain games. Hold on to your butts because we've got a lot of games coming right here on League Night. It's coming soon. Here we go.
Now there ain't nothing to it. Go ahead and bring Goliath on. Ain't no giant, I ain't gon' fire on. Catch a fade, you I'm wrong, I'm gone. Y'all can catch the wave that I am on. I am icon, y'all are wide wrong. Think that I'm a reconcile born, so ain't nothing to it though. This is on me, ain't got much to do with who you know. Keeping it true to form 10 L's into a milli though. But they already knew that those farewell to your opinions. Know that he is something. This is all me, ain't got much to do with who you know. Yeah, keeping it true to form, but they already knew that, y'all. Here we go.
I'ma show you who I am unbreakable. I'm a big gun, but still watch me escape.
Welcome to Diplomacy League Night, the show where we cover league and club play from diplomacy events all across the globe. I'm your host, Brian Pravel, and tonight I am joined by 2 fantastic analysts. The esteemed David Hood. David, welcome.
Hey there, Brian and Michaelis. How you doing?
Doing great. And reigning champion, Michaelis Kamaridis. Michaelis, good to have you back on League Night.
Hi, great to be back. Missed it.
We have so many games. We are going to make our introduction extremely brief, but it is very important to us that we highlight some of the upcoming ways that you two can get involved with the game of diplomacy. David, there are more games going on right now, more ways to play than I've ever seen at any point in hobby history. Why don't you tell us about a few?
It's really true. It's amazing, the cornucopia of options that exist. Next weekend, which is August 23rd through 25th, there's a face-to-face event in Bozeman, Montana, run by Craig Mayer called SkyCon. And that same weekend in Australia, on the Saturday, Sunday, is the Cane Toad Classic, which is taking place in Brisbane in Queensland. So that's what we can do in the rest of August. But then we've got September around the corner. We have in the second weekend of September 13th through 15th, is the European Diplomacy Championship in Sion in Switzerland. And then about 10 days later, there's actually a Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday event coming up in Las Vegas called the National Diplomacy Masters, which is in conjunction with the World Series of Board Gaming. So that takes place, as I said, September 23rd through 25th. The end of that week, which is the last weekend in September, so the September 27th to 29th, we have the UK National Championship being held in Warrington. That's the first time we've had a championship level event in the United Kingdom in a very long time. I'm sure all the really good British players will be there. But Carlos will not be there because he's a big chicken, is my understanding. Let's talk about October. The first week in October, October 5th and 6th, the Weasel Mood Open in Chicago will be held again after it's probably about the 18th or so Weasel Mood. The weekend after that, which is October 12th and 13th, we have the first ever Asia Pacific Diplomacy Championship, the Asia Pacific DipCon, taking place that weekend in Australia. That same weekend in Germany, there's just been an event announced called the Hechtstecken for October 12th and 13th, taking place in Dresden in Saxony, run by our friend and Debian analyst Robert Schuppe. And then in the beginning of November, I can't help but say this, the first weekend of November, November 1st through 3rd, we have an event in North America, Asia Pacific, and Europe. In North America, it's the Carnage event in Vermont. In the Australia region, it's the Canberra Open and the Dutch Championship in Europe, all that first weekend in November. The amount of options is truly amazing.
Yeah, it's a great time to be a fan and player in the game of diplomacy. And that's just tournament games. Michaelis, why don't you tell us about what's coming up in league play?
So next Sunday on August 25th, we've got the next round of the Snake Pit for Australia and New Zealand-based players primarily, but anyone is welcome to join. That is over Discord. You can contact Josh Hennessy, I believe, to join that Discord, and it'll be helpful. He'll be very very welcome to put you on your way, if I can find the words correctly. Then we have Tour of Britain. The next round of that is September 8th on a Sunday. That is run by Gary Sturley in the VWDC Discord. And the week after that, Saturday, September 14th, we have the next round of VDL. So once again, feel free to bombard Zach Moore with any and all messages about that. Really just at all awkward times of night as well. Make sure to just send Zach messages throughout the day, 24/7. He's always happy to reply. And the next round of 7 Years War is also in September. I don't believe a date has been confirmed for that yet, but I know it's going to be the German month to run it. So there will be English language games and German language games for either of those. And that will be run in, I believe it's the Dutch Discord server, but you can contact Robert Schuper or Jelta Kuiper to get into that. And they'll be they'll be happy to put you on your way to them.
Yep, and that was a lot. So if you'd like something to refer back to, just posted a link in our chat on the live chat, and you can find it by going to diplobn.com/schedule. You can just visit our webpage, diplobn.com, and that is also linked in the show notes for this broadcast. So lots and lots of ways to play. I will use host privilege and just shout out the tournament that I and my fellow members of the Chicago hobby will be running at Weasel Moot. Really hope to see you in Chicago. It is after David Hood's tournament, I believe the longest running concurrent or the longest concurrent running diplomacy tournament in the United States, at least. And I believe in the world. But that's not why you need to come. You need to come because it's a great event and we'd love to see you, and always like meeting people that are watching the broadcast and just finding other people to nerd out about the game of diplomacy that I love so much. Is always a good event. So hope to see you there. We are going to get right into our games. Let's take a quick look and remind everybody about what our environment or looked like in the Virtual Diplomacy League going into the day's standings. So Justin Lohr, league leader, 440 points. He did not rest on his laurels last week or last month. He increased his score from 395 to 440, which is probably not a bad thing because there were a mere 7 points separating him from second place Ben Kalman. So now a more comfortable gap there, around 52 points. Some other big moves of the night were Jamal Blakarli moving into third place. And I think the biggest story of the night, though, for me, Christian Brown moving from 35th place all the way up to 6th on the strength of a 13 center English board top. So a lot of good activity in Virtual Diplomacy League last month, and let's take a look and see what happens this time around. First up in game VDL 190, this is our games being played in time zones that tend to be best for Australia, Asia Pacific, and people that stay up late and have atypical hours. So we've got a great group of people here. David, why don't you introduce who we're looking at?
Well, of course, if you've got a tournament round that is primarily for Asia Pacific players, you get Jackson Roberts from California playing with Austria. Isaac Jukes, somebody that we've seen a lot in VDL playing England. Jason Gray coming back from one of our Australian players playing France. We've got Classic Belarus in Germany, which looks like a new player. Michael Saxton from Korea. It's great to see him back playing here. He has a DBNI score, so he's certainly played in some events before as Italy. Marcus Lone, another Australian player, as Russia. And Jandolf, not Gandalf, playing the Turks.
It's the great Gandalf, GIF situation here, trying to figure out which camp he belongs to. All right, so VDL 190 Spring 1901. Mr. David Hood, take us away.
All right. The French jumping into the English Channel is certainly something that stands out to me, as well as the Italians moving west. So maybe not the best time to be jumping into the channel. We've got Piedmont, Tuscany, and Tyrrhenian Sea. In the east, otherwise, we've got sort of a standard bounce in the Black Sea and a standard bounce in Galicia.
I've got to give a quick shout out to Michael Saxton here. I wrote about this exact Italian opening a few months ago in briefing. If this is followed by Tuscany convoying into Tunis over Tyrrhenian Sea, love it. Yes.
Well, McCullough loves it. The French cover Marseille, so that the whole point of that, of course, is that they can't build there. That's why the Italians didn't move there. But you also have the Germans supporting the French into Belgium against the English fleet. So maybe we've got a little early FG action here. Sweden is not bounced. Romania, on the other hand, is bounced. And look at Smyrna going to Armenia there in the fall turn, obviously tipping the hand there from Jandalf.
Yeah, this looks like very strong pro-Italy moves from Turkey. I wouldn't be shocked to see an army build go down here to follow it up. Maybe it's going to be a fleet and you're going to hedge your bet a little bit, but this could very easily turn into an IT where both are friendly to Austria as well at this stage of the game, and Marcus could find himself in a bit of trouble.
So, McCullough, what are we looking here for adjustments?
So my eye is immediately drawn to, yep, we see army in Constantinople. This is the way to run an IT where you don't aggressively go after Austria from the start. So I like that from both of them. The Austrian builds kind of makes sense. I think everything else is sort of as you'd expect. England, very committal with Fleet Liverpool. Brave, given that Germany put France into Belgium, so you might be facing an FG. The fleet in Liverpool can be a little bit hanging by itself over there without much support, whereas Edinburgh, although a bit slower, it gives you a bit more defensive strength.
Yeah, I think for Isaac, Marcus Lone has to be his new best friend because this is definitely looking FG-ish to me.
All right, so going into spring of 02, this is exactly why this Italian opening is something I wrote about and why it's something I love to see. It's the only real Italian opening where you can move straight into Lyon and put the double pressure on Marseille and around Spain. Unfortunately, there's no one helping in the West at this moment, so it's usually a bit stronger if you've got Germany coming into Burgundy. That hasn't happened. Elsewhere, Turkey pushing up into Russia and into Romania at the same time with Sev and Rum both going Turkish. Jackson's going to have to make a decision about whether he's happy for both of those to go the Turkish way in full. Well, this is one way to sort out that for Jackson. So Jackson walks into Bulgaria, also takes Venice and decides that actually I don't need Italy. This is the risk that Italy takes when you don't have a partner in the West for an attack on France. It leaves you very vulnerable to the East if you don't make the quick gains. And unfortunately for Michael, he has now discovered that. Jackson gaining 2, Turkey also gaining 2. So this is just a really, really strong Astro Turk right out of the gate here. Meanwhile, in the West, very strange things happening with Germany taking French support into North Sea, but at the same time walking into Burgundy. Classic Belarus seems to be playing all sides here. Bit of a brave one, while England decides to go after Russia, but goes to Barents instead of the wide open St. Petersburg.
Yeah, that's the move that I was going to point out. I do not quite see what the point of that was from Isaac there. Obviously, he's trying to show something to France. Look, I'm going the other way. Stop it with what you're doing. But I don't know how that's going to work. Jackson Roberts, his eyes were pretty big, and so he went for it.
So do we assume that taking a Bulgaria was agreed? This is
I would think so.
Yeah, like Turkey's gaining 2 anyway, so it seems pretty reasonable.
I mean, typically speaking, an AT, and I've run a lot of ATs in my time, but one of my favorite alliances, if you really want it to stick around for a long time, the Austrians should actually have Bulgaria. And you put an army in it, and you end up with like a border there that works for the Turks and for the Austrians. Sometimes Turkey gets Greece in that situation, takes it with a fleet. We'll see how it goes, but that could be what's happening here.
I'd say this is very atypical from Turkey putting another army down, though. Like usually in an AT, you're putting Turkish fleets down to go both sides around Austria. It seems here with Austria building the fleet that they're actually the plan is instead just to send Turkey fully north into Russia and Austria to carve west through Italy, which is a less common way of running the AT.
It's
Yeah.
true, although it's also not common for the Austrians to already be in Ionian at this point. And so
Yeah.
maybe that was the thinking, is that they didn't really need the Turkish fleet in the short term. Although in the long term, you certainly need it.
Really looking forward to seeing how that plays out. That was the thing that caught my eye. Andrew Miles saying, you can look at these world-class players playing Austria and think, why can I never walk into Bulgaria and Venice unopposed in 0-2? And I'm right with you there, Andrew.
Yep, that's true. All right, let's look at spring 1903 convoy into Yorkshire, which is, one of the ways you crack England in the sea lion invasion is to do that convoy guess correctly, which he has done here, or Classic Belarus has done. It looks like the Burgundy to Belgium thing was because they were switching centers somehow, probably going to give that center to to the Germans. We'll see. I'm not sure France really knew that for sure because they went to Paris. But France does go into Piedmont and Marseille, realizing that Italy has to turn around. Let's look at the east for a minute. Of course, Rome couldn't be stopped, so Jackson went for that as well as Naples. There just wasn't any way to stop that. It's probably, again, why the Turks didn't build the fleets, because there was going to be so immediate gains from the AT, just from the Austrian units themselves. Otherwise, they don't even take a shot at Ukraine here, which I think is interesting. They're trying to instead prioritize getting into Galicia, but Russia sniffs that out and goes to Silesia.
That's really well done by Marcus, because instead of having a completely blown defensive position, he's still got a strong line and can say to Jandolf, look, your ally is taking all of the Italian dots. What are you getting out of this arrangement? And at the moment, the answer is not a lot.
And they do take Ukraine in the fall there. Marcus was going to have to lose the guess eventually. Munich to Silesia, who knows what that means? I mean, we're going to find out, but Germany's obviously going to intervene here. We really do have two Austrian fleets in use, not just having a second fleet, but actually in use now that it has Ionian. And they were unable to take, the Italians were unable to take Rome back. Looking at the west, the French have also intervened already onto the other side of the stalemate line, just like the Germans did, because they put a fleet in the western mid. In England, this is why that crack is getting wider here, as the Yorkshire army supports the Germans into Edinburgh, and the French take London. I mean, it was only so much that Isaac could do under the situation with his fleets being where they are. And he's really, really likes the Barents Sea, does Isaac Jukes. He just thinks it's an awesome place. He's going there now with the other fleet.
So I don't know if Classic Belarus is new to diplomacy in general or just new to us, but as sea lions go, this has been really well executed by not just by the FG as a whole, but by Germany in particular. It's very easy at a sea lion to find yourself sort of crowded out between France getting the gains first, Russia being a bit scary around Norway, and Germany being the one who's praying that there's some sort of change elsewhere on the board that means that they're not the one who follows up being next on the menu for France and Russia. And in this position, I know Classic Belarus has walked out of Belgium, but they're still building. They're in a really solid position overall. I really like this Germany, and great play from them so far to make this happen.
Yeah, it looks like a pretty strong alliance with the walking out of Belgium, because they knew that Germany was going to get Edinburgh.
Yep. So we have our winter 1903 builds. Jackson attempts to build two despite only having one. I know for a fact that Jackson does know how the builds go through in alphabetical order in that case, and therefore he did intend to build Fleet Trieste here and put a third fleet down on this board. Cool. Don't see that from Austria very often.
When you saw that in 1903, I'm not sure I've seen it in a very long time.
Yeah, that is a unique one. Elsewhere, I think everything made sense on the builds front.
I love seeing the Cold War fleet build up between Austria and France.
So we get the answer of why Germany has come to Silesia, and it's to prop Russia up, which is really, really bad news for Turkey once again. That line is now really, really solid. There's not really much prospect of breaking through it at all. Meanwhile, France gets all the guesses correctly. Gets into Tyrolia, great. Gets a convoy into Tuscany, brilliant. Also gets a fleet out because they're allied with Italy, so they don't have to worry about that at the moment. Even better. Like, as FG moves go, this turn could not have gone much better than it did. England looks like they're trying to hang on for a survival in Scandinavia, which under normal circumstances can work quite well, but against an FG that's doing as well as this, it's it's going to be
Well,
hard for Isaac to make it out of this.
he's got to hope that there's dissension in the ranks here, and that maybe Holland to Belgium is the start of that. He's got to hope for that.
Yeah. Unfortunately for Isaac, that does not appear to be the case. It looks like Belgium walked straight back out, although France did feel the need to actually support themselves in, so maybe there was some tension there. Meanwhile, Tyrolia is blown up by choice, which is interesting. I get why you might not want to retreat to Bohemia as France here, but Piedmont looks very good for a retreat, so I'm quite surprised. But the decision to pull that one off the board, that would give me a bit of concern if I'm Germany, especially if this now turns into, say, Fleet Brest or something like that. That could very quickly turn around for France. Meanwhile, Turkey continues to not get anywhere in the attacks on Russia, and yeah, the AT had an incredibly good start, but there's still this is one of the weaknesses of the AT as an alliance. Even though you can have a really fast start and crush one or both of your neighbors, you don't get across the stalemate line in doing so, and therefore the rest of the board can react and pin you back in a way that a lot of other alliances that have fast starts, that just doesn't happen to. An EF gets a fast start, they're already through Germany and across the line. An AT is probably the two countries furthest away from the stalemate line, so they have to make the most progress to get over it.
Well, and they also have to hope that it's not a strong FG with France already into the mid. And an AT really needs France to be facing some kind of problem from the English or the Germans to allow them time to get where they need to get. So I totally agree with you. You know, Jandolf just doesn't have any magic. Everything that he's trying, maybe if his name was Gandalf, but Jandolf just has no magic in these moves. Just red arrow after red arrow after red arrow.
And the
So
thing is, like, there's not even a prospect of growth unless there's a misorder on the other side. These aren't moves that you make expecting them to succeed.
so we are
In the long run, maybe you can get into Silesia and all that if the Austrian armies get in position, but it's going to take a while for any of that to work.
So I'm going to use my host privilege here because I'm very interested in this particular moment in the game. I'm going to ask each of you, if you are, let's say, hypothetically, Jason and Jackson, let's say they just made a deal that, hey, we're not making any progress. This is as far as we can get. Let's go switch and turn on our neighbors. Do you go with that if you are either party?
Not if I'm Jackson Roberts. I just don't think so at all. You'd just be playing into another one of these France dominates the board games, which may be what's happening here anyway. It is hard for the FG for Germany to get the jump on France. France has got fleets in the north. That's not really what you want for a stable FG alliance. So I certainly wouldn't do that if I were Jackson. I would maybe do that if I'm Jason, because I'm not sure that the AT is in a position to do much except watch France get the top of the board. But we'll see. Jackson's position is not terrible. And he's got 3 operational Austrian fleets. I got to tip my hat to that.
But those 3 fleets are exactly why I'd be hesitant about agreeing to this as France. In a world where Jackson actually goes and crushes Turkey with them, Jackson's either so far ahead that Jackson can't be caught, or Jackson is just going to turn around and kill you, even if you've done well in the West. It's going to be really hard. I mean, we've seen games like that before where you end up with this sort of both countries racing to a solo on different sides of the board. And I believe Jackson soloed one of them in a race with Liam Stokes once, where it was like England versus Turkey in a similar situation. But if I was Jason, the partner I'd be looking for in the East is actually Jandolf. He's the one who isn't growing at all. And for once, this Turkey has no med fleets. This is a perfect partner for France from this position of the game.
And he can actually do something to Jason. Jason, in the short term, can't actually do anything to Jandolf.
Yep.
All right. David, what are we looking at here?
We are looking at an army build for Marseille right after. I don't know why he wasn't listening to several hours ahead of time McCullough saying he needed another fleet. He builds an army in Marseille. He clearly does. I mean, an army's good too, but 2 fleets.
It makes you question the pull of Tyrolia even more, though, if it was just to rebuild it as an army in Marseille instead of Piedmont.
Put it in Piedmont instead. Come on.
Yeah.
German army makes sense if he's all in on this, which I assume that he is at this point. Just getting up to the line, maybe taking some Russian dots himself might be the theory.
I think it's also very hard for Germany to justify fleet builds to France here in that alliance situation.
Well, what you would say is, hey, you've got a fleet in Belgium and a fleet in Norwegian. It's making me nervous. But I agree. But what we've never seen this before. Red arrows from Turkish moves that just continue. Now, Austria has decided that something is amiss. Either he doesn't want, he's trying to encourage an FG fight by moving his armies back, or he really is making some kind of move, or he maybe even thinks he's making a preemptive move against Jandolf here with all of his units basically going east. France supporting himself to Piedmont from Tuscany also makes it look like that maybe Brian was right, that there was some kind of Jason Jackson talking here about stabbing allies or something. Now, Norwegian to Clyde is an interesting move. I'm a little bit puzzled what the point of that is, unless Jason has theoretically made some kind of deal, although you wouldn't move Belgium to English Channel in that situation.
I suspect that may be that they got some conversation with Isaac going and realized what Isaac was doing, and they worked out this was a great way to get Isaac out of Sweden without committing that Kiel army into Denmark to do it. So that may have been the
Why
target.
is Isaac moving from Norway to Norwegian?
Hey, that one I can't explain. But if they knew about these English moves ahead of time, this could well have been a quick let's coordinate in a way to kill England as quickly as we possibly can, which is what we say.
That is what is currently happening, because there we go with Norway. Or maybe Isaac wanted to leave, wanted to get out of the. I don't know what happened there. Anyway, there's no move by F or G against each other. In fact, they're getting into Tyrolia by support. Basically just FG doing FG stuff while Austria and Turkey fight, which is exactly what Jason wants, and maybe Belarus, but I think Jason really is the one benefiting from this. Austrians do not take anything. They do lose Bulgaria to the Turks. So maybe this was a preemptive strike where Turkey wasn't really going to strike, but now the war is on between A and T.
I mean, so far this appears to be a -1 dot stab from Jackson, which is never the way you want your stabs to go, but it does happen to the best of us at times. I think that while Brian may have been right in spring that Jackson tried to cut the deal with France, it looks like David and I are right about why you don't cut that deal with France. This always risks just inviting Germany across the line. And yes, there's still some tension around Belgium, but Germany's building two. It's quite easy for FG to just keep going here. And if they do keep going here, AT are now in a horrible position now that they're fighting, such that like Jackson could well be killed in this game, which a year ago looked unthinkable, but how quickly times can turn.
Yeah, and I still can't help but think that Jackson thought he was going to get attacked by Turkey, and that was a preemptive move almost, because it doesn't even really make sense as an offensive move. Just didn't have the power to do anything.
I don't know classic Belarus, but I have been very impressed with their play this game. There's good strategic read on the board, but specifically you can tell there's some really good negotiation going on here. The diplomacy in this alliance structure has been very good, and I feel like it's benefiting classic Belarus and Germany more so than we've typically seen. I think a lot of times France is the one getting the upper hand in this, and this feels a lot more balanced, or even perhaps slight advantage for Germany here to me.
Perhaps.
And Germany does still have the issue that France is the only one who can really stab effectively in this alliance, but there's also France has plausible growth in the Med with the Austrian fleet coming off here that just further cements that. Austria and Turkey fighting, Turkey putting a fleet down. So you can also make a good case that France doesn't need to stab to keep growing, and therefore if France doesn't need to stab and Germany doesn't need to stab, why stab?
Yeah, Germany doesn't want to unless they don't think they can go east. But actually, it looks like something else is happening.
So it appears that actually Germany can do both. Germany is going to go east. They're going to get into Galicia, because throughout this game, they've maintained good relations with Marcus, which again, credit to classic Belarus. It's very easy for newer players of the game. I don't know if they're newer, just sort of overlook the little guys. But in this game, 80 have attacked Russia throughout, and Germany came to Silesia early on and helped Russia survive. And now they're reaping the reward of that. Now they're getting support into Galicia. They can follow up an attack on Austria pretty effectively. The flip side, of course, is that they've also decided to go after France by the looks of it. They go into North Sea, back to Ruhr and Holland. It's hard to see this as anything but a stab, but it's also not the world's most effective of stabs.
I don't know. He's going to take London and Belgium.
That's true. And yeah, the fact you'll get two, France, even though they're getting Tunis, probably will have a disband. It's possible they can get Rome or Naples.
I was going to ask, McCullis, I was going to ask before this turn that I wanted to see which direction Mao went. And it went neither direction, which I think was a bad decision on Jason's part. You got to go one way or the other there, I think.
I guess, but I think that if Jason had committed Mao to the bed, it would have been a much worse position. So in some respects, it looks better. And I think that if Mao had gone north, it would have forced this stab, regardless of what happened elsewhere. So,
oh wow,
I get the
Iranian to Naples, McCullis. Iranian, that is important.
And also, Tuscany is disbanded and pulled off the board. And this time, you can completely understand why France has done that. Last time, you looked at Tiroli come off the board and was like, that's just a bit weird. This time, yeah, you want to be rebuilding that. And much as I just gave credit to Classic Belarus for maintaining their relationship with Russia, apparently they didn't do it quite as well as I thought, because Russia puts France into Norway, which is pretty huge for Jason here, because it actually means that Jason is net +1, building 2, despite this stab. Germany is +1 from their stab as well, but they've just sort of dipsy-doodled armies around in the east without actually getting anywhere. And Italy is not dead.
They're definitely not dead. Yeah, this was quite an interesting set of turns. This game was it looked like it might just be two alliances getting ready to go boot them. They both of them gone kaflooey. So it's fun for us to watch. Might not have been fun to play, but it was fun for us to watch.
It does say a lot about how dominant the FG were, that they've taken a year of stabbing each other and still both of them are going up and it's the East going down.
Well, it just goes to show you how bad the AT position was because of the war.
Yeah.
But anyway, let's look at the spring 1907. So Burgundy is now taken, which couldn't be stopped. French having built 2 fleets there, prioritizing fleet differential as opposed to prioritizing army differential in France. We'll see if that comes back to hurt them or not, particularly since there's now a German army in Piedmont as well. Looks like Austria and France are basically decoupling from each other, which in the long run might mean Jackson might be able to come back and take some of those centers in the long run. He does take Romania now, although he loses Galicia to do it, but does take Romania now. So interesting. This war may be going against Turkey with the Italians having slipped into Smyrna. We'll see what happens.
It does look like Turkey supported Italy to Eastern Med, though, so there could well actually be some sort of agreement between them where Turkey is willing to keep Italy alive and Italy is willing to janissary for Turkey, which I think it would make sense for Italy. If they actually fight Turkey, Turkey can kill them at any given moment.
This was the theory. Yeah, this is it right here. Put the Italian fleet into the Ionian. I think you're right. That's the whole point. Was now he's got something. And France sends his fleets back. He was going to send them one way, now he sent them the other way. The Germans go back to Munich, so maybe they've trying to pull out of this thing, but they've lost London in the meantime. The Russians did take Norway back. So Marcus is playing all kinds of different ways, which you have to do when you're scrambling around with 3 centers. You got to go back and forth with whoever will help you. And now he's being helped back into Norway. Yeah, I agree. Russia's really done some great scrambling here. Germans don't do anything with Prussia and Silesia. I don't know exactly what that means, but it's not bad for Marcus.
I have to assume that meant Germany knew Turkey was not going to help against Warsaw.
One would hope.
And that there's some potential coordination still going on between Germany and Turkey, or at least they're keeping the diplomatic channels open.
Look at Jackson Roberts bouncing back to 8 here.
Yeah. All the guesses came up Jackson, and Jackson's now in a solid position again.
Jackson, what are you doing building an army in Trieste? You don't do that. That's not your style.
Well, Brian will be delighted in spring 1908 as we finally see active cooperation between Austria and France as Tunis gets into the Ionian Sea, supported by Adriatic Sea. It only costs Jackson Venice to do so. Ouch. Uh, while also losing Greece. Russia, meanwhile, is using that build in St. Petersburg to looks like go after Sweden, which might work because France is back in the North Sea, having seemingly broken some deal with Germany to get there because Germany thought they'd get in. Germany was coming south again. Jackson was trying to push to the line, but instead is just in Bohemia. This is a very messy game with the back and forth, and no alliance seemingly managing to stay stable. Compared to the start, where we had these two alliances that quickly dominated their theatres, this has really devolved into a very interesting balance of power situation.
Although a messy balance of power situation is usually advantage France.
That is true. So in fall, yep, France does get into Edinburgh. Russia perhaps expected France to be helping them into Sweden, and that's not what happened. That will be an unpleasant surprise for Marcus, I guess. Jackson does get back into Venice, so does not lose that, but does lose Greece, and it's Jandolf who's the net gainer in the east this year as a result, getting Smyrna whilst keeping their Italian Janissary alive, which it appears everybody around Greece wants that Italian Janissary to survive.
Yes, that is a multinational UN peacekeeping force. They're keeping Greece where they are.
I do really enjoy Bohemia's back and forth that year, with first Austria going up and then backing out, and now as soon as they back out, Germany backfilling, and now pulling it off the board.
I've got to agree with Chris Kelly. Messy game. Collis mispronounced fun. Completely agree. This has been very entertaining game for us to watch. I don't know if it's one that I would. There's lessons to learn here. I think especially around the impact of moving away from the line and breaking up a dominant alliance game. But it's an interesting exercise to see how that plays out. But I don't know if it's an example of how I would recommend the game be played. But definitely something to take notes from. It's fun.
Hey, 987. I mean,
yeah.
It's not that long ago we had a virtual Diplomacy League top board where this was exactly what happened. The one that Nicolas Toyer won when it was him in France, Karthik in England, Brandon Fogel in Italy, and me in Russia, where it was a very similar balanced power game between four relatively equal strong powers, with each of us going up and down at different points of the game. And it's really, really difficult to prepare for a game like that if you've never done it before. So this is a really, really good learning experience for these players, if nothing else. I will say I do like the fact that it's 1909 and we finally see a second Turkish fleet on the board, despite them being above 4 centers for almost every year of this game. That's a relatively new one on me.
Well, unless there's an IT going on and they don't build fleets because they're pushing their armies into the map. But anyway, here we go. We've got the Germans back in Burgundy. So let's see what that means. Germans also take Naples from France and killing the French fleet because the Austrians have now flipped to help the Germans in there. So that's interesting. In the east, I'm seeing basically red arrows there. There's an attack on Romania. There's an attack on Bulgaria. None of that works. Basically, stasis. But what is not stasis is the Germans get into Burgundy and the Germans get into Naples. So that, again, France has prioritized building that fleet, putting the fleet in the English Channel. That might be right, but France looks, the actually homeland of France looks a little bit weak here with just the one army in position to defend it.
Yeah, France has really heavily pushed building fleets this game, and there are games where that can really benefit you because it lets you do exactly this of playing the north and the south. But I tend to like my middle to have more than one unit defending the homeland when I'm playing France.
This is exactly why, because you don't, I mean, now there's German armies in Gascony and Burgundy. Now, I know there was a PIF earlier, but the French are not going to take another center, right? They've just lost Naples, so the PIF isn't going to allow for a rebuild. They don't lose anything else in the English theater, but they're not gaining anything. So this is a real problem for Jason. When he built the Fleet Brest, I thought, gosh, I don't know, another army there to try to defend. That is a risky maneuver. And I thought France was.
I was just say, speaking of risky maneuvers, holding Piedmont.
True enough.
That's brave.
True enough. I'm not even sure why you would do that in that situation. I understand you don't really want the Austrians there, but you sure as heck don't want anybody in Marseille. So that was quite a thing. Now the Russians, because they are, I'm going to call him the scrambler here. Marcus is the scrambler. Look at him now taking Romania. I mean, who's supposed to own Romania? Clearly the Russians are. Just look at any 1901. Interesting stuff. But I think the real key to this game, or the real issue in this game, so far as France was in such a dominant position, they've kind of let themselves be outmaneuvered here by building all those fleets when they should have built at least one more army.
Yeah, Marcus Loan, the comeback kid.
And Jadson, it wasn't just losing Romania there, but getting into Ukraine. Usually you'd think that's a good thing, but when you've lost Galicia in the process and are going down thanks to Rum, this is a pretty painful turn for Jadson Roberts.
Well, they must have had a piff because I don't think they're losing anybody.
Rum got piffed when it got taken.
Oh, yeah.
All right, potentially the last turn. Let's see what happens. Actually, before we see what happens and talk about that, this has been a wild ride. Predictions: who wins this one?
Well, we've already seen the moves here, but which means that the French have gotten into Belgium and all that. But gosh, it's going to be a close call between the Germans and the French. Maybe Jackson has some theoretical possibility, but I don't think so. So it's really just a question of which one's going to get the better of the maneuvers here. France has usually got an advantage, but there's usually not German armies in Paris and in Burgundy and Gascony either. So I think advantage Belarus.
And for all of those French fleets, it's a German one that's in the channel in possibly the spring of the key turn. So I do agree. I think Germany has the best chance. I don't think we can entirely rule Austria out, given that they've somehow managed to get into Greece here. And Naples looks good for them.
And they could take Naples. Yeah, take Naples.
It's ending is my favorite kind of game. It's going to be coming down to the wire, and I literally have no clue who's going to come out on top as we move into fall 1910.
Okie doke. So, in the West, we see Germany taking 2 French dots. France keeps Belgium, but doesn't get anything else. Jadson does take Naples, but does not keep Greece. Does take Rum, so it's still +2 for the year. Yeah. Okay. I think this is probably enough for Germany.
Well, we don't know if the game's over yet. Okay, it is over. Gosh, that is a close call. Austria certainly did better than I thought there at the end.
Yeah, the late bounce back from Austria was really good.
You can never count Jackson Roberts out of any game.
Yeah. Managed to work something with France there at the end to give himself a real shot at least a joint top there.
Congratulations to Classic Belarus. Really, really fun game. Thank you to our players for giving us a wonderful start to our broadcast tonight. Got lots of games, so we're just going to move right into it. And as I'm transitioning over, David, that was your game to lead off. So what was the story of the game for you?
Story of the game was... and I think we've already mentioned this, France, I think, should have won this game. I think their position probably would have been better if they had built a little differently and moved a little differently based on those builds. Sometimes a little difference like that can make all the, it can really make the outcome. And frankly, Jackson bouncing back in the game just goes to show you Jackson is a tenacious player. He's a really good player. And anytime, now you can't come back from having 2 centers in 1908 and win the game, but you can come back from a lot of positions if you just keep at it diplomatically and moves wise. People give up too easy.
Yeah, it was a really well played game by a bunch of players in tough positions. Like Italy survived to the end of that game. Turkey, who was looking like they were heavily on the out when Jadson stabbed them, instead stayed at exactly the same level as pre-stab from Jadson. Russia came back from the verge of death. So really fun play from all the little powers. But again, shout out Classic Belarus.
Yep.
All right. Well, next we're going to switch to VDL 192. We are going to cover 191, but we're going to do that one a little bit later. 192, Marino Pochettino. Anybody know?
Maurizio Pochettino. This will be the new manager of the US men's national team in football. Real football, I'll put it that.
I can usually guess if it's something related to soccer, football, because I have no clue. So,
Anytime I see a bunch of names and everybody else knows what they are, I'm
yep,
like, they must be some kind of soccer thing, because what do I know about that?
all right. Well, names. Some of these I do know. McCallus, I'm going to put you on lead for this one. So run us through who we're looking at.
So we're looking at Nicholas Spencer, known as Bob the Builder online from Olympus Diplomacy. He's playing in Austria. We see Superwordy, who I believe is pretty big in the Nexus scene in England. We see Chicago's own Wes Ketchum. I don't know, is he back in Chicago or is he still in Switzerland? Was in Switzerland last I heard. Yeah. He's played in France. We have Patrick Jacobson playing out of Bay Area, California, who very helpfully helped me GM a round of the Summer Classic recently, so I know Patrick that way. Jatson Roberts back for more in Italy, back-to-back games for Jatson, which is particularly interesting given I think the first round started at midnight his time, so midnight is apparently the perfect time to start back-to-back rounds in the world according to Jatson. And Brandon Dix, who's having a really, really strong season playing in Russia. Trusty Muse, I believe, is a new one to me, but does have a place in VDL, so they must have played before in Turkey.
All right. Well, here we go. Spring 1901.
All righty. So, headliners here. In the West, everything looks pretty standard, except Russia has opened north. Brandon Dix going for the Galicia DMZ, keeping the Galicia DMZ. Nicholas doing Vienna hold, which normally I would say, oh, you never see Vienna hold, but I was on commentary last week for Regatta, and we saw lots of Vienna hold. So apparently Vienna hold is the in thing of 2024. Don't ask me why. That's beyond me, but it's a thing. Elsewhere, the moves all look pretty standard. Jatson gets into Trieste, maybe by agreement. Probably by agreement. So we see the Trieste loan between Italy and Austria. Ionian goes straight to the Aegean Sea. Trusty Muse does pull the fleet to Con and at the same time bounces Russia out of Romania, which is a bold move. It's a move you're allowed to make, but I tend to think that if you're going to attack Russia, you want to be in Black Sea so that you're actually gaining from Russia. We'll see whether this one works out or whether this is just RT fighting and going to allow AI to roll them. The West, meanwhile, we see a convoy into Norway. So Brandon's northern opening has not been rewarded by anyone in the West just yet. Belgium is bounced.
Yeah, not much really all that interesting about the West. In the East, I would say, is Trusty Muse making the right call here? I know they're probably moving out Smyrna so they could build a fleet there, maybe. But then what's the bounce in Romania all about? It's a little unusual.
Yeah, I don't mind attacking Russia early as Turkey, but if you're not in Black Sea, what are you getting from an attack on Russia? So,
and he's not really attacking Russia, as you can see. I mean, he can't because there's an Italian fleet in the Aegean.
I suppose the best you can say is at least it means it's very easy to do this.
Yes, which I guess you have to do. Austria does a conga line, which often doesn't work, but in this particular case does work. Boom, 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 boom. Everybody moves down. Which, you know, a way that the West can respond is the French going into Piedmont. You know, there's already seeing the Italians really shifting to the east, so they go into Piedmont early and it's Spain's south coast. So that's interesting too. Are we seeing Western triple moves? I think that might be the argument here. If you're looking at what's going on in the Barents Sea and Tyrolia supported a move into Baltic Sea, this looks very Western triple-y to me.
Where's Superworty Patrick? Jamal is not on this broadcast, so there's no one here who's going to cheerlead for your Western triple. Don't do this to us.
Come on, Patrick. A thing I guess you do when you get to Tyrolia is to go to Bohemia. So because the French, of course, are coming to Tyrolia. This is really Western triple stuff. So that, you know, this what happens in a Western triple like this. You do end up with units like Picardy and in Belgium and Ruhr that are just kind of sitting there. But if you don't do that, Patrick's taking too much of a risk. So, but they do take St. Pete already. They've already gotten to Western Med, North Africa. I mean, this is just classic Western triple stuff. So we'll see what happens. You can see that there are units coming back from the east because they realize what's going on. Greece and Ionia, Tunis, all of that's by arrangement. They've backed out of the Bulgaria attack. All that units going to Galicia there, so they're doing their best to try to respond. We'll see.
The problem with that is, what does Turkey do? Because usually Turkey benefits from a Western triple, and in a situation where you first attack Turkey and then backed out of attacking Turkey, how long is Trusty Muse going to be willing to sit behind there and take nothing, or is Trusty Muse just going to throw straight in with, say, the French and go, well, I don't need you guys. You guys needed me, but what's in that for me?
Well, I think the question when you're the the AIR in that situation is, do you have the units in time to kill the Turks and turn around? And the answer here was no. They didn't have time to do that, so I think they've just got to hope that they can keep Turkey on side, or they can get the Western Triple to split or something.
Well, we see pretty standard Western triple and counter against Western triple build, so I don't think there's any headlines there.
Mm-hmm.
Going into spring of 03, we see the East doing the sensible blow up the Russian fleet so that it can be rebuilt as an army. Again, what you'd expect as a response to a triple. Italy pushing into the Med a little bit, which is probably going to be quite effective as France only has 2 fleets at this stage. And yeah, where the West did get the jump across the line, they have been pushed back in Bohemia and Tyrolia. They've been shoved back the other side of it. So it's only England that's making good progress over the line at this stage. Not too unusual to see England being the one who does best out of a triple. Turkey, for the moment, is content to sit there.
Why did the army? Oh, there wasn't an army in Norway. Never mind. It was they were trying to convoy it. What were they doing here? Edinburgh. Oh,
straight over to
the convoy it through the 2 fleets. Okay, so that was well balanced by Brandon.
So we see Austria walked back out of Rum. Russia will rebuild that army. France's army in Piedmont gets blown up, which is actually probably good for France if the Western Triple is sticking together, because it means you can rebuild it as Fleet Brest. I would say these English moves mean the Western Triple is probably not sticking together. Those are not necessarily the English moves you'd expect in a Western Triple. Actually, those are the English moves I'd fully
exactly
expect.
Moves you expect in a Western Triple.
France and Germany may not have been expecting them, but I think a lot of our viewers probably would have been. Yeah.
Yeah,
Right,
you can make all sorts of arguments about, well, I can't use these fleets anymore. They got to go to the Med and all that. What you can't argue is Livonia backing out, going to St. Pete. That means this Western Triple's over. Now, we don't really know what that means yet. I would assume that means that Patrick's on the chopping block, but there's also North Atlantic Fleet, so I don't know what that means. I don't know which way Super wordy. Super maybe think he's super enough to go both directions.
I mean,
now
to
the
me,
real question is, what does our trusty Turk do in the corner now that he realizes that this is falling apart? Because he's just sitting there, playing patty cake.
Yeah, I would expect that this is actually an attack on France rather than Germany, just from the way it's gone to now as well. And there's not been pressure put on Skagerrak or anything to get around Sweden, so this could very much be a stab on France, not expecting them to get that rebuild out of Piedmont that leaves their defense a lot stronger than it otherwise would have been.
Indeed.
I have to say, if I'm Nicholas Spencer, I'm really sad I walked out of Rum there now. Does Russia really need that army? Could that not have been better used, say, as an Austrian army that makes me a bit stronger?
Well, and of course, the issue with Western Triple that you then get an Eastern Triple to respond is when the Western Triple falls apart, which apparently it is, what does the Eastern Triple do? What's the next step for those people? And sometimes it's press on against the French here, who are maybe on the odd man out situation, and try to see if Turkey could be the guy on your side. If the Turks are going to do something here, one would think.
Yeah, Austria has to go somewhere at this stage.
One would think, but they're not. Turkey's still doing nothing.
Turkey does. Austria does advance into Silesia with Russian support. So for now, the air is holding. I say air because it's not really an Eastern quadruple with Turkey does nothing. So it's an air while Turkey is Yugoslavia. Elsewhere, Germany does stab France as well. So it looks like this was probably some sort of coordinated stab on France by EG that Germany just didn't show their hand last turn. But that England, perhaps realizing that because of Fleet Brest, it's not going to work, has immediately backed out of. And now it is Patrick that's on England's chopping board. that bounce in mid-Atlantic could very well be arranged, and I could very easily see English Channel, for example, going after Belgium here as well.
Yeah, it does look like the English going after the Germans for sure. Which they take Sweden, French take Belgium. I was wondering what Romania was doing and what Albania was doing. So now we know. So Romania is bouncing the Turks. Italians actually take Vienna. So there's breakage going on here. Italy's going the other direction, and they probably didn't realize that France was not being pushed here by the English. So Italy going the other direction is an interesting situation for Jackson. Maybe he didn't think he had any choice because he knew Trusty was coming.
Yeah, and Lyon getting into Piedmont is actually just really awkward for France. I get that it was probably there to cut a support for Burgundy into Marseille. That was why you were making that move as a way to defend Marseille. But actually succeeding in getting in just puts that fleet in a horrible position where you never actually want it. The East, all of this looks like lots of stabs on different people on each other, but it also looks incredibly well coordinated with the moves around like Bohemia, Vienna, Trieste, where everything either this is a coordinated theatre thing, or they all manage to stab each other successfully at the same time, which you don't see too often.
Patrick sure is prioritizing who he's going to defend against by taking those fleets off. Not happy that the French have done what they've done. He's going to have a nucleus there, at least for a while, in the middle with all those armies and see what he can do.
And I don't hate that as a diplomatic play, because you can now say to England, I'm never a threat to you. Don't worry about me. Deal with France. Deal with me later. I am never a threat to you in this game.
I mean, I agree it's a good diplomatic ploy. It's also very limiting.
Yeah.
There's no how you can't really talk to France here. Can't really talk to, the Eastern powers much, because their whole deal is they want your fleets against England, and you don't have them anymore. All right, go ahead, McCullis.
All right, so it looks like the pitch to England hasn't worked, regardless of whether that was Germany's plan or not. It looks like Germany did try and support England into Belgium and cut Burgundy, so it would have succeeded, but England's decided, you know what, Denmark's there, Helgoland's there, you can't block me, I'm just going to take it. Meanwhile, the East, it definitely isn't theatre, it's definitely all stabs on each other, but Ukraine could actually be part of an AR cooperation thing here, where that it's just an awkward out of place Austrian army. Maybe that's getting blown up for a rebuild. Russia hasn't done anything against the Austrian centers and has made the last two turns moves that let Austria's weird out of place units in Silesia and now Ukraine get back into a good position. So I wouldn't be shocked if an AR is the alliance that's happening in the East. Possibly an AT as well, by the looks of it, with cooperation against Ionian Sea. Jackson may be the one without a friend at this stage.
Yeah, it could be a dirty rat. Or not, because you take Budapest.
Yeah.
Wait, that's supported by the Austrians?
Yeah, that could well have actually been Bob giving it up for some reason. Maybe it's Turkey came to Bulgaria and Bob really wants Russia to build fleets of Astafal again. Not the craziest thing I've ever heard. Not the least crazy either, but it could well be that's the pitch. And if fleets of Astapol goes down, it's a creative way to try and get out of a problem. So I don't necessarily hate it.
Fleet Aegean being the moving fleet is an interesting choice that Trusty's making there. Just trying to prioritize. Look, I'm going after the Italians, Austria. I'm not going after you.
I guess it's the only way they would get Austrian support, because Austria is never supporting Eastern Med into Ionian rather than Aegean.
Look who's pulled out of their Helgoland expedition.
Yeah. Keep Denmark, because why not? But get a German ally at the same time. Germany's not pulling, and France, having been lured by the English moves in spring, is now punished as Superworthy goes back to now and gets into Channel. So, yeah, cool. Great play, England.
Yep.
I've seen Superworthy play a few games this year, and I think some last year. Always very impressive play. So I'm liking that little gambit, feint, whatever you want to call that, the decision.
Well, Austria's not been rewarded, because whether Budapest was I'm throwing dots because I'm mad at someone, or I'm giving you a dot so that you can help me against Turkey. Army Warsaw is not the build Austria was looking for there.
All right, spring 1906. The English are coming. The English are coming. But what else is happening? Lots of priorities. The Germans are coming too to the French. North Sea to Norway is England saying, "Hey, Patrick, we are now best buds, right? I'm going to leave the North Sea." Although when you're going after France, I'm not sure why you would want to say. Or no, I'm sorry, I've totally misread that. That's just to defend St. Petersburg. That's what that is. Let's look at the East. Yeah.
Well, the rat is still on.
I don't know what Jackson did, but these guys are coming after him as hard as they can. Here comes the fall turn. Same situation. Is that Jackson getting back into Trieste? It is. And the Turks getting back into the Ionian.
Jackson somehow getting Tyrolia instead of going to Piedmont, which is where it certainly looked like it was just heading to go and fight France to ignore the absolute carnage in the east. Instead, Tyrolia has used that to get Jackson back into Trieste. That's a huge diplomatic win for Jackson Roberts with Patrick there.
Yeah, that really is. However, Prussia and Silesia are not what Patrick wanted to see here.
What is the upside for Germany here in making the choice to help Italy against Austria instead of moving Tyrolia to Piedmont?
He may have been trying to slow down the Eastern Triple or whatever that is, whatever this is, just as a balance of power situation. If Italy's being ganged up on, then help them survive. Might have been the theory, because maybe he was assuming he was going to have a war with Russia, which apparently he is.
I get that to some degree, but the problem is it's slowing down the two Eastern powers that I don't think you care about growing. Like Turkey growing, that just means Russia has less units to throw at you because Turkey starts becoming a threat. Austria growing means Russia has to make their precarious hold on Budapest a lot more difficult. Usually I like holding Italy alive as Germany, but given that Russia was the only one that really had the chance to actually aggressively punish Germany for anything, it feels like you're slowing down the wrong people in the East, and instead you're actually slowing down the very people that could counterbalance that one who can attack you.
Well, of course, it's hard to know diplomatically. Patrick may have been trying to get Austria and Turkey to do something about Russia, and they keep rebuffing him. And that might be the situation. Well, in that case, I'm going to help the Italians. If that's, you're not going to do anything for me. I mean, you just never know.
Yeah, and it could be I always like to use the analogy of that trust diplomatic cup that you're putting a credit into that maybe you'll be able to get some payout later in the game. We'll find out.
McCullis does not understand what you're saying because he doesn't really believe in that sort of thing.
McCullis also plays better than I do, so who knows?
Well, whatever it is that Germany did, they've paid off this turn. Somehow, by kicking Austria out of Trieste, you've therefore earned Austrian support into Trieste the following turn. Okay, cool, sure, why not? The West, meanwhile, we're seeing the final collapse to almost certain death, but maybe not, of West Ketchum, with Marseille being incorrect, or France not correctly guessing to cover Marseille, and England walking into Portugal, which was guaranteed. England goes to Kiel, I would imagine, by some sort of agreement with Germany to help protect Berlin, because Germany's just full-on janitary to super wordy at this point of the game. Given that that's the situation, I don't hate Super Worty pushing south and hoping that that's where he can get some builds to make up for it.
Wouldn't it be cool if Germany had gone to Silesia here instead of Bohemia? I understand why they think they're going down there because they've already got an expeditionary force. You don't need one army expedition. You need two armies in the Balkans. But wouldn't that be cool if they had Silesia here?
Yeah. Well, then Berlin could be retaken.
Yeah, it's an interesting place for Germany right now. The picking up Marseille. Yeah, a lot
I mean, the real question is, do they keep Trieste here, or does a third person take Trieste? We shall see.
Or do they take Vienna like this? Yeah, that is what I was looking at. Is given that you're in Bohemia, you might as well use it aggressively, and Vienna's the way to do that. So we say
nobody was expecting Munich supports the Russians to Kiel. I was sure as heck was not expecting that.
That's one way to attack England. Maybe Kiel wasn't by agreement then. Maybe Kiel was just England saying, "Oh, sorry, I had to do that because you needed me to help you take Berlin back." And Patrick going, "You know what? That's just a little bit too much for me to stomach." So, okay, cool. It looks
Well, at least this way he
probably
only loses one center instead of losing two centers. The Germans, I
yeah.
mean,
He actually builds as well because he's taken
I mean
Marseille and
in his
Vienna.
home country. I mean, yeah.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, it's a great move for Patrick. I would guess it was arranged with Brandon, as Brandon also killed Nicholas at the same time. So it looks like GR have really worked together here.
I love it. I absolutely love it.
Fleet Berlin. Okay.
Builds the fleet Berlin. Also, this is another dynamic game. We got two of them in a row here. Lots of dynamism here. Got a bounce in Spain, which is interesting. English do try to convoy to Holland. I mean, what's going on here? That Denmark supports Berlin to Kiel to kill the Russian army. Gosh, I'm sorry, I don't quite understand what's all going on here. The Russians do take St. Pete because they wasn't any way for the English to hold it. Everybody wants to go to Trieste. The Germans loved it the first time they were there. They really like it this time. Because with it being in Tyrolia, don't they have now two on Venice too? I don't know what's happening here. I haven't seen the Germans roaming around like this in Balkans in a while. When there's enemy units next to them in their home country.
I mean, I guess that they've agreed to give Vienna to Russia, and that's why Warsaw's come down. That's the sort of deal they're cutting here. Russia's going to get St. Petersburg. Russia could be going +2 here for the second year in a row and out of nowhere be topping this board, quite realistically. What I do have to say is, Trusty Muse, you've sort of gone nowhere for a couple of years now, while Russia has been doing all sorts of deals that should scare you, because GR cooperation is not good for Turkey here. At what point is Trusty Muse going to go, you know what, I need something, and I need something now? And
Serbia.
yeah, good.
Which makes
Turkey
sense,
needed
actually.
Serbia.
That makes perfect sense. It really does.
I think that's well done by Brandon to recognize that diplomatically, that Turkey had to be getting a build this turn, otherwise you would have a Turkish problem pretty much for the rest of the game. So cool. Yeah, Brandon is in fact going +2 despite losing Serbia and Kiel.
Because yet another person has now owned Trieste. That's the fourth different country, right, that's owned Trieste. I believe so.
Yeah.
And once the Turks take it, it'll be the fifth different country.
Meanwhile, it looked like FG was setting up to cooperate, but they haven't done it in a way that kept them Belgium. So England getting that convoy onto the continent is pretty big for Super Worty. Otherwise, they were in a pretty stalemated position. Now they've got a much better chance of actually still being able to take stuff off of Germany or France.
Now, what does Russia do now is a very interesting question, I think.
Well, just like it'd be very, very funny if in winter 1908 we saw fleet Sevastopol, fleet Constantinople.
I wouldn't be shocked, would you?
Yeah, it makes sense.
I mean, it's one of those things. If the other one does it and you don't, what's they call that? The prisoner's dilemma here. Well, he builds the army set. That might be enough because you can go to Armenia here and cause trouble if you don't diplomatically figure out fleet con.
It's a fun wave from Brandon as well.
Oh, you're right. He did wave. I didn't even notice that. Yeah.
That's a really strong diplomatic signal to Germany. It could well be that it's a signal to Germany followed by moving to Prussia anyway, given the way this game has gone so far. But it's definitely the case of, I'm not putting that army down. You definitely don't need to fear me. Honest.
Yeah, I'm going to do the devil on the shoulder for a minute. And we've got Sev. You convince Trusty Muse, hey, I built the army. We're so cool. Move your fleet out, and then slip Sev down into Armenia and build the fleet in Sev the following year and just go gut Turkey.
I mean,
I can only read that that's the only plan on the table, actually. When you build Army 7, don't build in Warsaw. It's a good signal to Germany, but it's also, if I'm Turkey, a signal that Armenia is coming, because why else are you so determined that Sev has to be built in?
Well, you could say that Sev was a defensive build in case you go to the Black Sea or something. I mean, there's something you could say with a straight face. Come on.
There is, but I still wouldn't be at all surprised to see Armenia. I would expect that.
There we go. No Armenia.
You don't do Armenia this turn. It's next turn. That's the turn to watch for it.
All right, the Turks are
Armenia this
finally
turn
going
would
to
have
do
got you
something.
Ankara, Brian.
The Turks have taken Naples and killed a flea like that. Look, they're finally going to do something.
Yeah, they're getting some growth, possibly, although they might not keep Naples. It depends. We send a lot of cooperation between Italy and Germany at times so far this game, so that could well go to Naples and die in Naples. I get what you're arguing, Brian, that you just make the autumn stab and then build with the fleet, but I'd rather have done the spring stab, taken Ankara, made sure Turkey's not building, and still put a fleet down.
Well, especially if they're built in Naples, that would definitely be the better call.
Yeah. Because even if Naples gets blown up, it's
I
probably
wonder
going to
if-
get blown up in a way it gets piffed.
I wonder if England and Germany are going to theoretically work together again. We're getting ready to find out in the fall term, maybe.
It appears so. Yeah,
Sort of,
Germany
yeah.
walks into Paris, England takes Brest. Wes Ketchum does not die because instead Wes Ketchum kills Jackson Roberts, who attempted to take Naples back, perhaps expecting German help, but Germany instead helped Turkey, who also put Russia into Venice. So this is just a strong late breaking juggernaut. Quite fun to see.
Actually is. Although Super British position is still pretty good.
Yeah.
It's an RT, but there's no power in the north for the Russians. Can't be.
All right, we're pulling into spring 1910. Most virtual diplomacy games end spring 1910, but not all. Some of them can go a little bit longer, if depending on the speed the players are playing at. Some of them end earlier, but at this point in the game, I imagine most players on the board are probably going to be setting up for the final state of the game.
Yeah, like that move to Armenia is a really curious one. It looks like a sort of stab on Russia, but it's a really ineffective one.
I think it was defensive. I think he
Yeah.
was worried that the Sev was going to go to Armenia.
Yeah. In that case, maybe you arrange a bounce there, though. Or you make all the guesses and win them. Cool.
Gosh, Turkey. What are you doing? Tunis,
So Turkey,
Rome,
Venice, Rum, and Tunis. That's
Romania.
4 centers.
I know you lose Bulgaria, but what is that? A net 2 or a net 3? What is that? 1, 2,
Net
3,
3, isn't it?
4. Net 3.
Shed
Yeah.
top.
Good
Wow.
gracious. Trusty.
Do we have another year? That's the question. Because if there is another year, you got to say, yeah, this is surely Turkey's to win now.
Well, they are pretty fleet heavy to do much beyond take Trieste. Let's see here. Take Bulgaria. They've taken. They could lose Serbia. Taken Trieste. I don't know. Well, let me look at the West here. England, because England, again, they're tied with somebody for a reason. England's been dominant this whole game or most of this game.
But
Taking
England
Holland.
is also very fleet heavy, and that their only follow-up place is Kiel, which is defensible. So England's at best +1 for this year. Oh no, they've got St. Petersburg as well. That's important.
That is actually.
Okay.
And
so-
Marseille. And Marseille. I didn't notice that one, but Marseille also.
Well, Marseille was defensible if Paris had done something other than bounce Brest. That's why
Well,
I
then you
didn't
lose
go for
Brest.
that one.
You would take a shot at Brest, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah, but Mid-Atlantic can always cover Brest. That doesn't seem like the best decision for Germany there.
Gosh.
Turkey, yeah. So they did get Greece back, but they lost Trieste and didn't get Rum back. Lost Serbia. Tough.
I mean, it was tough. They had a lot of fleets, and they really needed to have things they could do with the interior. That's why it was going to be tough.
Yeah.
So this game is over, I assume, for lots of reasons.
Yeah, I mean, if this wasn't timed, this is where England starts to look at solos.
They don't have time for that.
The armies for solos. But
Is that the end of the game?
yeah, holds.
Yeah.
Holds. Okay, here we go.
That makes sense.
Oh, I believe Zach forgot to end a game after a game drew, so I think that's why that happened.
So probably drew here.
Yeah.
Trusty did lose out here at the end, but what a great comeback. I actually thought he was kind of out of it, or she was out. I don't know which one it is, kind of out of it. But Trusty, I mean, Super Wordy just had that game from about 1903 on. That he was basically in control of that game.
Another really good game. If you are enjoying the coverage, please go ahead and give this broadcast a like. If you haven't already done so, subscribe to the channel. Doing all of that will help other people find this game, help grow the hobby, find new players, so we aren't getting stabbed by the same players or stabbing the same players all the time. That gets old. So yeah, share the game, tell your friends, like the channel. It is helping. So appreciate all of our players playing and each of you watching. I did not do this earlier, but I do also want to give a shout out to those of you in Dip Chat. Love Dip Chat. It's one of the best parts of the game, in my opinion, or of these broadcasts. And we've had a lot of activity tonight. We're trying to move quickly, so I haven't highlighted as many as I try to, but really appreciate seeing everybody's conversation. It really helps keep things interesting. And when I go back and rewatch the broadcasts, I always like watching and seeing what we missed. Speaking of what we missed, Ed Sullivan, we missed you.
I'm getting stabbed right now by the Oregon-Washington weather. I don't know how long I'm going to make it, but this is Hood River. You know, I drove 2 days just so I could do this broadcast at the Hood River. Oh well, I'm going to be out.
Well, as with anything else named Hood, it's very windy and loud. There's lots of loudness. So
And unreliable.
and totally unreliable and adverse to Ed Sullivan. So everything about that is very Hood, very much Hood.
I love it.
We finally found something that can speak louder than Ed Sullivan. It turns out you just need the Oregon, Washington climate, and finally Ed is drowned out. So go the northwest of America.
He'll be back though.
That was beautiful. All right, Steve, we got the right amount. All right. Oh man.
For those of you that don't know, Ed is on a great Western Trail kind of trip right now, and he's going to end up in Montana for SkyCon next weekend. But he's roaming around the Western U.S. Spreading Texas cheer is what he's doing.
Love it. All right, well, let's go ahead and do another game. We do not have time to wait, so I'm going to go ahead and McCallus, I'm going to give you a break. And David, you and I are going to duo cast this one because we have our player list. And within that player list in Austria, we have Michalis Kamaridis. So he will not be covering his own game, as fun as that can be some of the time. David, I'll let you go ahead and do play-by-play, cover our players, and I will fill in with commentary.
Well, Ben Kelman, obviously a very experienced player these days. Andrew Miles, great to see a Virginia player starting out here in VDL with us tonight. Tim Crosby, obviously a veteran, tournament winner in the past, lots of virtual experience. We've got our Jandolf here back as Italy, hopefully a little more magic this time. Alicia Carden, a player that I met at the Denver Regatta last month, really good player, finished in the top 7. It's great to see her coming into VDL tonight. And Sincedia, I'm going to go with Sincesia as Turkey, and another new player. Great to see all these new players tonight, and come join. If you're watching this show and you have never played VDL, don't worry about the fact that you've never played it before. Everybody has a first game, and we got 4 players here tonight playing their first VDL game.
Yeah, that's one of my favorite things about playing league games in particular. I mean, tournaments are great. Go to tournaments, amazing. But they can be pretty competitive, and leagues can be competitive too, especially towards the end of the season. But in general, I would say there's a lot more games, a lot more chances, and everybody, it's a pretty welcoming community. It's a great way to get started. So highly recommend you check it out if you haven't already done so. And if you are one who is a regular player, thank you. And let's go ahead and bring up our next game. Just pulling over the screen right now. And sorry, I lost my controls. David, when you got your start playing club games, right?
Yeah, the very first game I played, we were all learning the game together, and just a bunch of high school friends trying to play the game because we were risk players and we got tired of the luck factor. So one of our guys said, "I think my dad's got a game that doesn't have any luck," and he went and looked for it, we played our first game of diplomacy, which I actually soloed because my buddy Morgan didn't realize that Norway and St. Pete touched. That's and it was an Italian army slipping into Norway from St. Pete to get my 18th center to win my first game of diplomacy. None of us knew what the heck we were doing, and it's all gone downhill from there.
Well, I'm sure our new players here will probably do a little better than that at least, and let's find out in spring of '01.
All right, Michaelis does not hold in Vienna when he plays Austria. He goes to Galicia, the normal bounce there. The Turkish move there is the idea for Armenia is making sure that, all right, fine, I'm gonna hopefully not let the Russians into the Black Sea, but if they get in there, at least I'll be an Armenian. I can threaten Sev. But otherwise, the Russian fleet holding in Sev is an interesting choice that Alicia's making there. Obviously, it's an RT arrangement, is what's happening, and then she wants to put the army into Romania. In the can't see the rest of the board because you have inadvertently. There we go. All right. In the West, looks like all standard moves. Marseille holds is a little unusual, but definitely not unheard of. You do that sometimes when you don't want to antagonize the Germans by putting anybody into Burgundy. But otherwise, not much else to say about this fairly pedestrian spring 1901. In the fall, we've got the convoy to Belgium, is the way the Belgium question has been decided in this particular game. Otherwise, I would say that every single move here is not unexpected given the spring 1901 moves. Alicia didn't even think she needed to support herself to Romania. That's how diplomatically she had this figured out.
Yeah, this looks like if I were to ask someone draw a typical fall 1901, this is pretty much what it would look like. The one exception for me is that we've got Picardy supporting Ben Kelman into Belgium. David, I will take my one pause for this one and ask you, how do you feel about either France or Germany supporting Belgium, England into Belgium?
I think it's completely a diplomatic question. I'm not against putting an army in Belgium if I'm France or Germany trying to get an English ally because I can use that English army to help against my target. So I know there are people that are scared of letting the English had an army on the continent. I'm not one of those people. I just rely diplomatically on making sure that army goes the direction I want it to go. So to me, it's a real question of just diplomatic situation. Is this an English player that I think I can work with? And if so, I want to get their army in position to use it against our common enemy.
Well, net result, we've got all the West going up 2. Interesting adjustments to me here. No fleet from France. That is a choice. Typically, that to me reads anti-German. We'll find out. And then we've got Russia building army in St. Pete. I do tend to like that one. I know that there are others on the DBN team that really like to see an early fleet build, especially on North Coast. Yes, David. But I tend to go with the more. I do like building in St. Pete. I prefer that to Warsaw if possible, but I like the army because I like the flexibility. We'll find out how that plays out. Going into spring of '02, starting the West, my eye is immediately drawn to the French supporting themselves into Burgundy. So that is definitely looks like an EF from the outset, probably what that support from Picardy was intended to do. And then in the east, I think the other move of note is we've got Russia slipping the armies down into Ukraine and Moscow and supporting England into Denmark. So perhaps a little bit of ER cooperation there as well. Don't think all 3 of those alliances will be able to last, England, France, and Russia, but they will sometimes last while Germany is taking place, at least, or until Germany's eliminated at least. In the fall, with our follow-on moves, it looks like in the west we've got nothing particularly standing out. We've got a kind of a log jam, if you will, with all the armies in the middle of the western side of the board. The Russians moving into Baltic Sea could maybe break that line a little bit. That's going to be able to cut some of those supports in Kiel. I think that'll help advantage England, is how I'm reading that. In the east, we've got a little more movement. The fun one is a convoy of Tunis into Greece, which can happen because Austria successfully moved the fleet into Bulgaria. So looks like probably an air versus an EF. This is a very typical alliance structure from what we saw a few years ago. A pretty common setup in 1902.
Yeah, I agree. Nothing really to add there. It's fairly common. Germany losing Helgoland makes perfect sense. England building a fleet makes perfect sense. Italy building 2 fleets make perfect sense because they have moved to Piedmont. You can tell that they're going to try to go take advantage, perhaps, of the fact that there's only one French fleet. Or at least they're going to move one fleet that direction. Now, one thing about going to Piedmont is that France didn't really have anything to do, and now you've given them something to do because now they're going to send their fleet into the Med against you because you've gone to Piedmont. But other than that, I don't know that Jandolf's made the wrong move here. Austria goes ahead because this is an air, going ahead and move to the line. So they've got armies to Bohemia, armies to Tyrolia. Russians are coming in with their armies. So this is very airish. And that convoy to Ankara is a death knell for the Turks and is something they should have been expecting, as opposed to poking Khan to Bulgaria. Because now it's basically all over. Now that there's an army behind the line, they can support the next army in, the next unit in the Austrian fleet. So really just really good AR play here. French do convoy to Tuscany. That's often a nifty move when you're trying to trying to win the battle with the Italians, get that army into Tuscany. It has worked. We shall see. They also got Belgium out of their alliance, which means they can build another fleet, which they desperately need to build a fleet Brest, send it down to the mid-Atlantic to get eventually into the Med. Otherwise, the Germans have done a good job of defending here to keeping the Russians out, and the English have actually shifted. They've gotten what they wanted here. Now they've shifted against Alicia, and that's really bad news for Alicia. That's always a risk as the Russians when you don't have much units in the north, is that England could do that pivot, and they have done it.
Yeah. It's a tough break for Alicia going up against our number 2 player in the Virtual Diplomacy League right now, Ben Kelman, who does seem to be on pace for another good score. He'll need a pretty high score to increase above his top VDL will score top. I think it's 4 scores, an average of the rest. So at a minimum, this will on pace to help the average. We'll see if that continues. Winner vote.
Ben and Alicia. Ben also was at the Denver tournament and met Alicia. They may have actually played face to face and may know each other a little bit here. We'll see what that means going forward.
That's great. That's one of the best things about playing tournaments, just being able to meet some of the people that you otherwise are playing online. Fleet Brest, any concern for Ben Kelman here? Do you think that's just because Marseille is covered? And
yeah, you had to build Fleet Brest. If France hadn't built Fleet Brest, I would say France has not got a chance. They had to build Fleet Brest, given the 3 Italian fleets coming. In fact, Fleet Brest by itself is not even enough. If Ben is concerned about this, and he doesn't necessarily have to be, but if he might have to send a fleet down to help at some point. The Russians have just said, look, I can't do anything about England anyway. I'm still taking Berlin. So that's what Alicia has decided to do. Alicia is also taking Khan with support of the Turks. I don't know exactly why, because that just means you retreat to the Black Sea, and then there's a fleet back there that's against you, and now Romania. Unless that was some kind of deal. Maybe it was some kind of deal, but it's not a very good deal. It's hard to imagine how that could be a very good deal, but we'll see what McCullough does with it.
Well, he points out that it's Austrian League. So there you go. All right, fall of 1904, David.
And then what you do is you take Romania there. The Russians do decide to redeploy and try to prevent the English from, for example, convoying to Livonia, and they actually leave Berlin. So they must have made a deal here, and perhaps they thought they had a deal with Ben that Ben was going to slow down, and that didn't happen. So that might have been what Alicia was doing. Thought she had a deal, no longer has one, so going to go up there and try to defend. As far as the rest of the board goes, there's not a lot going on here other than that expeditionary force in Tuscany being destroyed. That often actually happens to that French army in Tuscany. If it gets there, you really have to figure out how to do something with it. And there wasn't any way to do that here just because of the positioning.
On the
Now there's
winter,
a fleet Marseille.
another fleet. I agree with that. Looks like we've got a very solid EF here. I don't see any reason to rock the boat and just keep on pressing. Do you feel like either member of the EF have an advantage here, David?
Oh, I think Ben has an advantage. Partially, this is going to depend on how the East works itself out. McCallus is going to want to make a move at some point to get himself in position to top this board. And it's hard to know exactly how that happens, but it's probably at the expense of Russia or at the expense of Germany, maybe at the expense of Italy. But one of those things is going to happen. Nobody's going to hit him, I don't think. The question is, who is he going to hit and when? And that's going to make a difference to Ben's chances, because what he really needs is for Russia to be hit, or at least be distracted.
Hard part about hitting Italy here is that that's advantage EF and France specifically by doing so. It's always been a hard one for me to try and figure out, is it worth the risk of maybe Tunis, Rome? Am I going to be able to get mine as well?
Well, I think anything that McCall, that's why I said McCall's at some point is going to want to make a move, but any of those moves I just said could be an advantage EF. So you just have to figure out when the time to do it is.
Well, in spring 1905, we've got looks like continued cooperation between the Austria and Italy, probably appropriate in this situation, but giving up Trieste, supporting Venice into Piedmont, Bulgaria moving to Caen. So looking like they're trying to get some builds out there to help kind of get a unit advantage, maybe push back France, since they're not really in position to do anything directly against Russia. And then maybe those armies will position to move into Russia later. We'll find out.
I think that's getting ready to happen in the fall. They're going to put the Turks in Sevastopol, probably, would be my guess. And somebody's going to take Smyrna behind it.
And then in the west, we do also see Russia slipping into Denmark. Probably won't be able to hold it, but having that fleet there, that's going to cause all kinds of havoc on that English line if it's able to stay. So I hate when that happens.
It's hard to imagine it's going to be able to stay, though.
Yeah. All right, so fall, we've got continued EF cooperation, take Berlin, take back Denmark, force the retreat. AI continues together.
Yeah, I misread that. They weren't going to put the Turks into Sib. I'm sorry. I'm totally misread that.
Yeah, and then they take back Smyrna. So yeah, our two strong alliances continue to work together. We get +2 for McCallus in Austria. We get +1 for France. So that will even up the EF. And hey, Tim Crosby gets built in Berlin.
Fleet Brest made sense, but gosh. All right, so the Germans are being put back into Munich to knock McCallus out of there. Yeah, that's just really just still FG alliance play, AI alliance play with a Russian partner. I don't know if they're an equal partner, but certainly a partner. I don't know that we need to completely overanalyze this. All right, now this is a move. Now we got to think about this because McCallus has made his move. I thought he would make his move at some point. He wasn't just going to sit back there and not take a shot at top of the board. And he's felt like his shot is Alicia. taking Warsaw, taking Caen, taking Sèvres, and that might be enough. The
I
Italians have
agree.
taken Marseille, so the Italians are getting something out of this alliance as well.
Yeah, no, I agree with that decision a lot. That's how I was reading it. Is wait until Turkey was done, and then make sure your armies are in position where you could take advantage of those Russian dots faster than England. So what you don't want to do is attack it when your units are not in position to move quickly and give the advantage to England. But England has a really hard time getting armies across the line there. Wintervo 6, we've got a wave from McAuliffe, puts down 2 armies. That makes sense if we're sticking with the AI, which I see no reason to do otherwise. I don't want to antagonize the Italians with the fleet build in Trieste, certainly. Another army there. I don't know if that is necessary. So you give the flexibility on being able to build something later on once you understand what you're going to need. Pushing into spring of 07, get the convoy from Denmark into Livonia. Looks like we've got the cooperation between Germany and Russia. Love seeing that. There are little small powers working together to punish the person they're most angry at, and that appears to be Austria right now.
Kiel, Ruhr, and Burgundy all holding. I just find that fascinating, as opposed to going ahead and taking Munich. I just find that fascinating.
Well, if you thought Munich was on side, I could kind of see maybe.
Well, fine. You push that army forward and try to take something with it, but I don't know why it's doing you any good. Wouldn't you rather have an allied army in Munich than a puppet army in Munich? I think you would.
Andrew says they ran out of time to submit the orders. So, yeah,
that's legit. That's
happens.
Legit.
Yep. Fall of 07. We've got, now we interesting. So we've got England working with Russia now to go ahead and put them into Munich. Again, not sure. I guess they did that because they needed. I don't understand why they didn't support Kiel into Munich there.
Well, they're still trying to slow the Austrians down by having another Russian unit to survive in the east. Probably the theory is that you're going to lose the Munich army, but you're going to own it, so that you can use that extra army, the Prussia army or something, to help against the Austrians. I think that's the theory. You just take it next turn.
Yeah, we've got Steve Hogue calling out that brace around Warsaw.
Steve's making a good point there. That is quite a move.
Yeah, so for those kind of learning the game a little bit, the brace is when you've got basically 2 powers of equivalent strength that are going against each other, and that results in essence a bounce between those units.
The question would have been, normally, if you just had 3 armies versus 3 armies, the question would have been brace against which one. But when you've just got the one German guy that has to be the moving unit or it's dead, McAuliffe knew which one was going to be coming. That's what made that brace possible. Yep. Otherwise, it'd be too much of a guess which one you're supposed to brace against.
Yeah, Michael asked if we could show the orders, so just bringing those up real quick so everybody can look at that. That's a good little tactical situation there.
See, if all 3 of if Livonia, Prussia, and Silesia were all the same power, and then they could just decide which one to move, you wouldn't necessarily know which one's moving. It might have been Silesia hitting Galicia, and then the other 2 move or something. But when you know the German army has to be the one moving, it allows this brace to happen.
Yep, and I know they're kind of rolling a little bit right now, but the AI continues to work together. We've got McAuliffe giving up Trieste, or loaning that as they're picking up Ankara. Won't go down. Italy is going down in Marseille, so advantage Austria out of that alliance structure. That's my favorite kind of alliance, when I can be the good ally, but I'm still able to keep ahead of my alliance partner. Man, I tried. It's like not my fault that you lost Marseille. I'm doing everything I can, but I'm still going up. So good position for McAuliffe to be in here.
Quite. Still got his alliance going. I mean, this in some ways is a tactical battle at this point. We've had some diplomatic back and forth, particularly with the smaller powers, but now it's mostly just, who can use Alicia, who can Alicia get to help do things. Looks like Alicia's gone to Berlin. Is that what's happening?
Yeah, and then we've got a fun little convoy of Kiel into Prussia.
Indeed, that is a way you can do a switcheroo. Okay, that makes sense. McCulloch really does have this game in hand. That move that he made on Alicia was really hard for anybody else to come back, unless Ben had a good stab on his ally or something to try to race McCulloch, which didn't really have. He didn't really have that.
Well, that was a lot of fun. Congratulations to Michalis Camaridis. Michalis, please do not gloat. But if you will talk us through what was the story of the game from you as the player.
So yeah, early on we had an AI versus RT in the East, while the EF just made this massive progress, especially helped by Russia helping the EF against Germany, and Germany was dying very quickly. And Alicia, we managed to get on board, pointing out, and I think fall of O2, like if we don't kill Turkey quickly, EF is gonna roll this board. The RT was not going to beat me, myself and Jandolf, but we weren't going to beat them quickly enough. So Alicia got on board. We managed to carve out Turkey between us pretty quickly. There was that sort of weird move where Alicia took Constantinople with Turkish support, which she said she actually had. She wrote that in initially and then spoke to me, and we arranged a completely different set of moves, and she forgot to hit update on her orders for it, which makes sense because I don't think she'd want me retreating to Black Sea if it was actually a stab on me, but it meant that a couple years later, when it came to my point of who to choose as my reliable ally going forward, it was a fairly easy decision to choose Italy over Russia. And then, yeah, a little bit of a squeaky turn, as all of my stab on Russia could have been bounced if they'd seen it coming. I didn't make a supported attack anywhere, but it all went through. And from that point, it was a case of, all right, just lock the board top up and you've got this game.
Well, the real lesson for me, Chris Kelly summed up nicely. Such great tactic strategy from McCulloch. Seems like everybody should remember to eliminate him immediately in any future game. I'm just saying. So.
I mean, that's just rude. It's accurate, but it's rude.
All right.
The brace of Warsaw, I was quite proud of that one.
I think you should have been. It was a good move.
All right. Well, we are going to transition now to the Tour of Britain. And just a reminder, just give the channel a like and subscribe if you're enjoying the broadcast. And we're going to pull up our next games. Michalis or David, would either of you like to kind of summarize the Tour of Britain, what the format is? Are you all familiar enough to give an overview?
I'm not sure I'm an expert about it, but I do know it's an 8-round event throughout the year. He plays 8 games, and it's basically monthly, but it's not necessarily every single month. And the scoring system is very place based as opposed to something else, as I recall. So it sort of leads to some diplomatic games as much as tactical games. Not that both don't matter in every game under any scoring system, but I think in this particular scoring system, it's a little more diplomatic versus moves because it's not a center based kind of game. But I think we've seen we've seen people that play this have been playing every season and have really done well every season. The Tim Crosbys of the world and the Jason Bennett's of the world. So we'll see if some other people can break into it. My recollection is that although players are welcomed throughout the entire season, it is kind of hard if someone has a good lead in the beginning. It's kind of hard to catch them unless you really do. Now we have a verb, unless we just McCulloch them, which means eliminate them early in every game. It might be hard to catch. It might be hard to catch somebody who's off in the lead here, and just the way the lead-based system works.
Yeah, I think one thing to add is it's your best 4 scores that count towards your overall total, which means that if you do get a really good start, you do have the option of sort of throwaway games where you target your rivals just to make sure they don't get big scores. I know Bradley Grace was doing that a lot last season. It's something that's very viable in this specific scoring system. I don't know if anyone's doing it this year.
And again, if you're dealing with somebody like that, you might just have to McCallus them.
Well, we've
Kill
got
them early.
5 games to cover. David, I'm going to give you a break. McCallus and I will cover this game, and then we'll bring the crew back once for the next one. All right, McCallus, let's do it. First up, we've got round 1, game A. Earl Grey, I do recognize that one, so it must not be soccer. Do you want to run us through our players?
Yep. So we have in Austria, T. Depright playing out of Philadelphia. We have in England, Isaac Jukes playing out of York in Great Britain. France, we have former champion Tim Crosby playing out of Interlachen in Florida. Germany, we have Ben Kelman back again for more in Ann Arbor in Michigan. Italy, we have our reigning champion, I believe, Bradley Grace, playing out of Warrington. Russia, we have Evan Belaris playing out of Connecticut. I know Evan's a long-time extended deadline player who has been playing more virtual and more face-to-face lately. I believe he was at Stadia as well. Good to see him back for more. And in Turkey, we have Micah Blom, who I believe has been doing pretty well so far this season. Been making some big steps forward. We'll see whether she continues that here.
Yeah, this is a heck of a board. This is the kind of board you go to a tournament, everybody just kind of groans because it's like a board of death. Really, really big names. A lot of these players have played in DBNI, several of them multiple times. Tim Crosby is a former winner of this league. Bradley Grace, former winner of this league. So a lot of fun. And let's not delay, and we'll get right into it. We are going to need to pick up the pace a little bit for us to be able to get through all 5 of these games. So I'm going to shut up, and McCallus, have you take it away?
All right. So we see a pretty standard West with nothing really jumping out, and we see much the same in the East. The things to highlight: Venice goes to Trieste, probably by agreement. We'll see whether there's any sort of snap in autumn, and Micah doing the more old-fashioned nowadays Turkish move that we did see a lot last week at Regatta, and Tanya was championing this, and Jamal was very much not championing it. So they're not here today, but this is another win for Tanya. Gets Micah moving both armies towards Bulgaria. Fall of 01, we see again pretty standard stuff in the East. There is a Trieste loan, so Bradley gets straight into the Aegean Sea. Evan gets into run with Turkish support, so it turns out that that is just for RT cooperation, and this is where you actually wish you had shifted that fleet out. If you're just working with Russia anyway, either one of you has to be in the Black Sea, or one of you has to get the fleet in. Well, Turkey has to get the fleet into the Med, so big advantage to AI at this stage as a result. The West, meanwhile, we see England getting into Belgium with German support. So either Siobhan Nolan will be proven correct yet again, and that English army will go there to die, or we're seeing the first signs of maybe EG cooperation. I believe that's the second time tonight I've seen Isaac Jukes put down Fleet Liverpool as England. So Isaac likes that move, apparently. He is going full force into France for sure.
Yeah,
Elsewhere,
feels confident. It's got an ally in Ben.
Yeah. And elsewhere, I think all the moves essentially wrote themselves build-wise. Evan choosing the move you prefer in St. Petersburg with the army rather than the fleet.
Spring 1902, we do see continued conflict between EF, and Ben Kelman is siding with the English, moving into Burgundy. Quick question for you, McCallus. Do you like that choice from Ben? Like, do you like being in Burgundy as Germany in 1902?
So my thought is immediately I look to the east, and do I fear what's happening in the east? And it looks at the moment like it's an AI that are beating RT, but are beating them slowly. So I think you've got time to steal France. If there's something more scary that is going to lead to Russia being able to quickly counter you, then maybe not. Maybe then I prefer to do something else. But from here, I think this is a perfectly reasonable move. Isaac has committed very hard, so you're likely to have a very loyal ally. France's are usually a lot less forgiving of England's that drop fleet Liverpool and stab in a builds phase than they are of, oh, I've gone into channel, but we can back out and make things up as well. So, yeah, I think this is fine for Ben.
Volvo 2, we see Evan getting the fleet into Norway and Denmark going to Sweden. I like to make this deal when I'm Russia. I think that this is a much more stable structure if you're going to work with Germany. I don't know if it's going to pay off in this situation just because of the amount of strength that the EG have. But if you're going to make a deal and kind of slow England down, this is, I think, a good way to do that. And perhaps you can flip Germany to go against England instead. We'll find
I'll
out.
say I don't think this was a diplomatic play to Germany, given the move to Silesia. I think this was just Russia trying to make sure that they don't go down a dot. It's a tactical error on Isaac's part not to just support hold Norway there. Germany had Sweden guaranteed. You don't need to be tapping St. Petersburg or doing anything like that. And Isaac's been punished and now has a pretty annoying disband.
Yeah, I missed that move. Good call out. And in the east, we've got Vienna slipping into Galicia is the move of note from my perspective. Everything else, we've just got Micah playing defense, trying to hold on, find out if somebody gets bored or just praying for some kind of alliance structure to change. Otherwise, it's going to be a slow, long death for Micah.
Well, I'm not too sure about this Italy getting into Serbia thing. That is hard to justify from an AI arrangement where Bradley's now 2 ahead of Teague. It's great for Bradley. I really don't like this position for Teague at all. All right, so going into spring of 03, we see that the alliance structure in the East has shifted, but it isn't in a way that favors Micah. Instead, her reward is convoy of Romania into Armenia, which is pretty close to the death knell for Turkey in any game. Bradley and T decide to go up to the line now, so they've got the air going, and it's now Ben has an issue. Ben really needs to make good progress this year to make up for what's probably going to be some sort of setback in the center of the board. Maybe he can even get Isaac to agree to give Ben Norway. You can go to England and say, look how much I'm losing to this air. I really, really need Norway, and maybe Isaac will be willing to help on that front. The pith of that French army in Picardy is also pretty important for breaking the French position around Paris. Yes, France can still defend, but it's just guesses every single turn from now, and sooner or later you're probably going to lose those guesses.
How do you feel about Bradley moving that fleet into Ionian? If you're really in an AI, do you need that?
Bradley's going to say he wants Smyrna, and he's also going to say where else was I going to put it. I don't love it for Teague, but as I said, I already didn't love the situation for Teague before this turn began. This is an AI where the Italy is a very capital I, and the Austria remains not at all big in comparison. Maybe they can cut some deal where they get Rum at least out of this. Maybe they'll get Con rather, but I don't know. I think this could very easily turn into a wintergreen very soon.
That's kind of how I'm reading it too. Seems definitely like it's setting up for that instead.
All right, so Italy. Well, if they were coming west, it wasn't to help France by the looks of it. Does these, despite the move to Mid-Atlantic rather than Spain, these are moves going there. Yeah, I'll come and help you, France, by helping myself into all of your dots. Don't love this for Austria or Russia because it means that the air attack on Germany actually instantly fizzles out because Tiroli has been walked out of. While there's a very fun convoy from Picardy up to Norway, which is cool, great. But given that Ben wasn't building anyway, it doesn't matter that he's covered Kiel and has all of them locked up, and instead they've disbanded the Russian fleet rather than have it retreat and stay on the board, which is also not a very airish move. And again, given that Russia isn't going down because they've taken Ankara, I look at that as Austria and go, why does Russia want, say, an army in the center of the board rather than a fleet in the north? And the answer can almost certainly only mean bad things for Teague.
Bad things for tea.
Yeah. Even if that drops to Armenia, that's just Russia saying, I'm getting as many of the Turkish dots in Austria, you're getting the leftovers we give you before we cut you out afterwards. France putting Fleet Marseille down is a really interesting one. It looks anti-Italian, but the problem with that build is it's almost certainly never getting out of Marseille, which means it's just less flexible. It can't retreat to Gascony if you're dislodged, which means it's always more of a vulnerability. So even though it can be very easy when Italy is attacking you as France to go, all right, well, Italy's attacking me, I need to put a fleet in Marseille down. I think a lot of the time that just overlooks how much weaker defensively Fleet Marseille is compared to Army Marseille. And if there's no prospect of actually getting it out and round, then maybe it gets into Spain because Bradley lets it. But I don't know. I think I'd just much rather have the army there.
In spring 1904, my eyes immediately drawn from North Sea to Norway, Norway to Finland. So Isaac's just rotating fleets up into Scandinavia. St. Pete will fall. It will fall by an army. And the question is going to be, how much more of Scandinavia is Isaac going to get? And they're going to have to work out between Ben and Isaac what that division is going to look like. France is kind of moving around in a almost Western Triple-ish kind of set of orders. I think Tim believes there's a Western Triple.
He's got Isaac to wall out of the channel, so
Yeah,
it's a
yeah.
fairly convincing Western Triple for at least two of them.
Yeah.
Whether Germany is also going to walk out or not, I think remains to be seen. But
Exactly. I think that's going to be the real key because as long as that army's there, those fleets could slip back the other way. I don't know. Just keep an eye on it.
it's clearly not what Bradley was expecting because Bradley's pulled back and trying to give France diplomatic room. Maybe realizing that the attack on France wasn't going to work for him. But it's really hard for France to turn around again here. Like, sure, they could try and shift up now, but it's not a convincing attack on England. And the problem now that France has 3 fleets and only 2 armies, and one of those armies is in Portugal, no less. There is no French attack on Germany. That just isn't a thing on this board. So diplomatically, Tim remains in a sort of hamstrung position by that Fleet Marseille because it just looks like the only thing he really can do is push into the Med. It might work, might pay off, might get units, but in terms of options, it's still restricting him in a way that an army wouldn't hit. You could still go after Italy into the Med with an army, but you could go after Germany too.
In the east, we've got a very fun convoy from Sev into Khan. So bad news from Micah just continues. We do see Greece, Teague moving Greece into Aegean, which is not what I was expecting. Would have expected that to be Italian. So what does that mean? In the fall, exactly what I thought. Ionian slips into Greece. And then we've got something I didn't expect. We've got Bulgaria moving into Romania, but Germany or Russia is convoying Ankh into Bulgaria. So, and we'll be building, I think.
Yes.
Yes. So I don't think that's going to be of significance. So yeah, that wintergreen is solidifying in actuality what we saw set up for the past 2 years before. Over in the West, we just have continued movement between Germany and England against France. So as we discussed last turn, that shift was just to make Tim feel comfortable enough to try to get out of position. And now they are moving in to take advantage.
Yeah, this is once again a wintergreen, but again it's Bradley who's got the big upper hand in his alliance because Russia's losing stuff in the north. Evan's done a good diplomatic win to lose some beat to a fleet rather than an army. That's got to have been arranged between him, England, and Germany, but it's still a pretty risky position. Whereas Bradley, given that France has been stabbed in, Bradley doesn't have to fear France coming into the bed. Bradley has no pressure on him.
And I like the army builds here. I know I've said this. I've been on record multiple times. I think that Italy should build as few fleets as they possibly can. I think they do better whenever they've got lots of armies. You and I have disagreed on that a few times, I think, McCallus, but in this case, I definitely at least like to see that mix get a little closer to even, which we have here. So I think this is a good
Yeah,
spot for him.
I tend to agree with you on that. I like armies as Italy.
Spring of 05. What are we looking at?
We're looking at a wintergreen killing T as quickly as possible. I mean, T correctly recognized the Russian threat last turn. It's just that he recognized that threat about 2 years too late, and now it's very much just shoulda, woulda, coulda. There's not a lot he can do here, and there's not a lot he does do. Rum falls, Vienna falls, he gets into Gao, but is almost certain to lose Budapest as well. Maybe he can hold on to by getting Warsaw with German support or something, but you're tapping Bohemia, which doesn't get you a German ally. So yeah, poor old T, and yeah, the West is just EG continuing to push forward and mop up the remains of Tim as well.
I'm loving this Italian position.
That's a big win diplomatically for Evan, though, to be the one that takes Budapest rather than for it to be Italy that gets it. And so Evan's putting 2 down and has done it in such a way that he actually gets to put both of them down because he emptied Sev. Like Fleet Sev, the Sev being, Fleet Rum rather, looks bad, and it is in some way pretty bad. You don't really want that to be a fleet, but you really wanted to open up both builds having put them down. So yeah, really nice turn from Evan in that regard. Meanwhile, this is just, yeah, elsewhere it's just EG push forward, and they've taken Bohemia as well.
Get 2 armies from Russia, our fleet Liverpool. Isaac's that's got to be statistically significant about the number of builds that Isaac's put fleet Liverpool down. Love seeing that. And what is that telling you here? Is he just continuing on pressing through?
Yeah.
Yep. So.
It tells me I'm not stabbing Germany.
Yeah.
I mean, it makes sense as well.
So
given how the Wintergreen are ahead, like it's 9-8 for the Wintergreen and 7-7 for the EG. EG can't afford to be stabbing each other. The Wintergreen can get very, very far ahead of them if that's what happens.
is this a stab with Bulgaria moving into Serbia? Can you read it any other way?
No, I mean, Sev's gone to Armenia. All of the units have shifted down, and this is Evan reaping the diplomatic reward of that term where he got England to put a fleet into St. Pete rather than an army. Because if that was an army in St. Petersburg right now, you probably couldn't do any of this. You'd have to have a unit back in Moscow. You'd be worried about something else like the German unit coming around and trying to convoy up to Livonia at some point. As it's a fleet in St. Petersburg, Evan just had free reign, and this is really smart by EG as well to give Russia room to do this. Because as I was saying before, Bradley at the point of the game a year ago had no pressure on him at all, and Bradley was leading. And if you can't put the pressure on Bradley directly, give Bradley's ally room to do it.
Yeah, so we've got holding Serbia. It'd be difficult for me to see how Italy could take anything back. Man, I'd start having a draw conversation here. I would absolutely take it from Evan.
On back to Sev is interesting. It's a very hedgy move. Like, I don't necessarily want to keep attacking you, Italy. Yeah, maybe it'll get some reward in terms of the Italian disband, and they can try and put something back together. Yeah, you've got Smyrna pulled off the board because of it. Maybe you stab again. Maybe you take the draw. Yeah,
redraw. Yep. So yeah, well played. I think that was the agreement. Armenia moves to Sev. Hey, we're going to draw. If we don't see that, there's a little bit of risk. It could pay off. It might not. I totally understand the draw decision here.
Yeah.
So,
yeah,
and I think in the scoring system, it does not really reward huge like gaps in score. Don't make a big difference. So.
It like if you get beyond 11 centers, there's significant bonus points per center you take. But
yeah,
stabbing for like 1 or 2 more dots here doesn't make a difference. You'd have to be stabbing for a huge top, which it just isn't there. You just don't have the ability to take stuff in the north.
All right. Well, David, welcome back.
Glad to be back. That's a really nice result for Evan in that situation, diplomatically.
Yeah, absolutely. Great start to our tour of Britain. We'll go ahead and get right into our next one. We'll have both of you on for this one. And actually, before we start this one, I will just remind you, if you were enjoying the broadcast, give it a like, subscribe to the channel if you haven't, help spread the word about this game of diplomacy and Tour of Britain 24 round 2 game A PG tips. I don't know that reference.
These are brands of tea, Brian.
I knew Earl Grey as a type of tea, but I didn't know it as a brand of tea.
No one in America would get this reference, but Johnny Vegas talking to a monkey, that's what this brings up for me.
Love it. All right. Well, David, why don't you introduce this board?
Tim Crosby, we've mentioned him already tonight several times, playing out of Florida, a former Tour of Britain winner. Bradley Grace, the other former Tour of Britain winner. Again, we're watching them on this board just like we did on the last one. Christian Brown, we've seen him a lot during the virtual era. I think we mentioned that he had quite a move up in the VDL standings. Justin Lohr has a Los Angeles club that he's working on, face-to-face club. So it's great to see him here in the Tour of Britain as well. Jason Gray, we saw him in an earlier game. Micah Bloom has been playing a lot, both virtually and face-to-face. I think she played at the World Championships this past June in Milan. So it's great to see her out playing Tour of Britain. And Christopher Ward, our sometimes DBN personality, great to see him back on the Tour of Britain stage.
All right. We'll go with spring of 1901.
All right. Christopher Ward does that Andrew Goff, I'm going to Syria move. I don't, or as I like to say, the Davy Crockett move. You all can go to hell and I'm going to Texas. Do you remember that quote? You all can go to hell and I'm going to Syria. Austria going to Budapest is really something. We haven't seen that much in this, in this league. This Italian opening, which, speaking of interesting openings, I actually love this opening myself. You hardly ever see anybody do it anymore, putting both armies north. Otherwise, Micah's gone north with her move. So we got a lot of interesting openings here for spring 1901.
Yeah.
And in the fall, you put the fleet into Rum. That's usually perceived as not very anti-Austrian and more anti-Turkish. We'll see how that goes, considering that Tim thinks that he's got a deal with Micah here with the Galicia DMZ. The bounce in Trieste, maybe arranged, maybe not arranged. Piedmont supporting the French army to Marseille to make sure that it goes there so it can't build. And of course, that wasn't going to matter because Spain just held anyway. I'm not sure why you would do that, Chris. Might as well try to bounce in March.
Yeah, but maybe you're worried about the hostile supporting Spain back into Marseille and denying it that way. If I'm Italy here, I'm smelling a rat very, very strongly, very, very quickly. I'm worried for Jason.
Yeah, the support to Tyrolia is the answer that you were looking for there.
Yeah. Yep. So Turkey comes into the Med. Austria pushes to Tyrolia. Wouldn't be shocked to see some agreement where they blow up Rum, although they didn't do it in spring, so maybe it will happen next year rather than doing it in full in a way that actually dots Micah. Looks like they've got a partner in Germany as well, so this is actually a GRAT, or whatever you want to call this one. Germany pushes up to Skagerrak, gets both fleets up. England is perhaps on side. France rather is perhaps on side as well. So maybe this is just an everyone kill Bradley alliance. And sorry, Jason, you're in the way. Bradley's the reigning champion. Bradley's had a good result already from the previous round. So, yeah.
I'm gonna go with this being a Targ alliance. For those Star Trek fans out there, this is a Targ alliance.
Well, if France is on board as well, it's more like a graft. That works as an acronym.
Yeah, that does work. That totally works. Convoy to London's got to be fun. Got to
It
feel
seems
good.
Germany maybe thought that they were the one getting the convoy in.
That makes it even more fun.
Elsewhere, Russia gets Norway, Germany gets Sweden, potentially by agreement, given that Sweden walked out for it. Italy defends Venice for now, but Marseille's in Piedmont, and given what's happening elsewhere, it's probably not friendly. The Aegeans into Ionian. Vienna and Ukraine are coming up, so maybe this draft isn't going to hold together. This looks like it could turn into where Rat now come towards the line.
Perhaps, yeah. You got to do something with all those units.
Yeah.
Although there are +2.
I mean, the problem is all that's actually happened so far is it's the West that's grown while the East has been in stasis. But here in Spring of 03, not so much.
Okay. St. Pete to Edinburgh. Okay. Gotta
Co-
like that,
convoyed
Bradley.
by the English.
Yes, gotta like that. I did that one time in a game where I convoyed a Russian army into Edinburgh to help me defend, not realizing that I was convoying it into my last center. So I killed myself one time. But anyway, that's maybe what's happening here, right? Except he's just doing it because he knows he's on his way out. That's amazing and fun.
Yeah, punish the FG. I'm not sure it's going to punish them that hard, but because Edinburgh's really just hanging there anyway. And unfortunately for Russia, as soon as those English fleets come off the board, it's probably going to die, as Liverpool now has a German army in it, and the French army's already in Yorkshire, putting pressure on Edinburgh as it is.
You know, the
Other
only
than
thing
that-
better than McCollossing Bradley Grace is doing it with 2 convoys at the same time, multinational convoys at the same time.
The only thing better for Wardy is getting to walk straight into Tunis at the same time as well.
Oh my.
So this is one of my favorite aspects of league play. This may not make sense to players just analyzing a single board, but if you consider Bradley, like just the position in the league and the history of success throughout this league, you can get targeting, and some people don't love to see that from an individual game basis. But if you consider the game is the league, like these players are playing the game. This is the league structure. That's how they're playing it. And what makes that so interesting to me is when you're aware of that, and all of the if somebody's not aware of that, that's not really a fair place to be. But if everybody is playing that game, hey, we are playing a league, that's what this game is about, then now your decisions that you have to go through, your motivations and things like that, will all be adjusted from a game by game basis, depending on where people are or where you think they've got the potential to be within those league standings. That's what we're seeing play out here. And I think that's just a fascinating, completely new dimension to the game of diplomacy that enriches it. And that's part of the big reason I love League Night specifically. Why I cover this game month after month is because I love seeing that particular dynamic play out. And just really fun to see that here. Now, I know it's not fun for Bradley, but this is a really good example of the difference between playing an individual game or a different tournament format, perhaps, in this particular league format.
I mean, who cares if Bradley's having fun? Who cares?
I'd say no one else on the board cares. I was also going to bring up, this was a real loss diplomatically for 18 not to have killed the Russian fleet by now, because Micah's growing in the north, and now Micah might not pull that fleet if you take it at this point. And they've had 2 years where they could have blown that up so that she could rebuild it, and Wardy would be a lot safer, and maybe Tim would be worried, but you just make sure that it's Tim doing the blowing up, and you've got that solved as well. Instead, yeah, like Tim gets into Venice, cool. He's got French support, cool. Wardy gets Tunis, cool. Micah gets to keep Edinburgh and take Sweden. It's not a very even alliance.
there are people that refuse when they're Russia to let their southern fleet get blown up. There are people like that think that's too dangerous. So it could have even been that was proposed to Micah and she said no. There are, I mean, as I say, there are people that I disagree with it, but there are people that believe that they should never blow up their fleet.
I mean, I think the response to that would be, or we'll just take rum then.
Well, but you're a more aggressive player than I am. I'm just a get along kind of guy. All right.
I've seen your games, David. I'm not sure I agree there.
I'm just there to have fun. Let's see. So they did. She built a fleet so they could really continue with this attack on the Germans. Does Christian jump in here? And the answer is yes. Jumps into Liverpool, goes to the North Sea, goes to Burgundy. So Christian's going to join in the anti-Justin Lohr strategy here.
Maybe.
Let's see, Bohemia to Galicia.
Yeah, that looks like Tim was a bit scared about Micah, but also Christian could actually be about to walk back out of Liverpool, put it into Edinburgh, but it was just
Edinburgh. That's a good point. Yep. That's a good point. That's a good point. Or not.
Definitely not.
Because the Russians and Germans are working together again. So they take, as one does, they take North Sea.
And in the east, they finally decided to do something about Romania, but it's Micah at this point. She's strong enough. She didn't need to pull that fleet off the board, even while being attacked. Not sure I'd have retreated it to Black rather than Sev, but it's an option you did have. She's not.
Well, and Ward is getting Greece because Tim is getting Romania, I suppose, is the theory.
Yeah. Which makes sense. Wardy has a build to put a fleet down.
I mean, that's still a pretty good time to take Romania in this situation.
Yep. Micah pulls Tyrolia off the board, so the awkward unit behind the lines is gone. Yeah, AT now have a really, really solid spot here.
They really do. And that's basically what's happening right here. Micah still has Germany on side and is doing some coordination with them, but they're going to lose their south.
Yep. Yeah, this is the risk for Russia when you're this spread out, and she's really strong in the north, but she's really weak in the south. And sometimes you can parlay that into a perfectly good position overall, but at the moment it's not working out for her.
All right, who all besides me is cheering for the Austrian fleet to end up in the Atlantic? Come on. Who's with me?
Why so unambitious, David? That Austrian fleet can get onto the English homeland at least, maybe Scandinavia.
Well, that's fine. I mean, in the Atlantic theater. It needs to be in the Atlantic theater. The Austrian fleet needs to be in the Atlantic theater.
Little fleet that could.
Yeah.
Or you can kill it and rebuild it as an army. That's a theory. That's a theory.
I'm not too sure that Armenia to Rum by convoy is a AT move. Let's kill it and rebuild it.
Yeah, I did. You're right about that. I didn't even see that at first.
Yeah, so Turkey stabs Austria. The AT was too good to be true. Austria does get Warsaw out of it, and Micah pulls Warsaw off the board, which does give her a build to put something else in St. Petersburg. Yeah, why not a fourth Russian fleet in the north? That could be fun.
Wardy,
Denmark.
Gosh, I don't know if I would have made this stab right here.
Yeah, I wouldn't.
Still got plenty of still got Italian stuff to take. I don't know.
It looked really nice AT position to keep pushing forward, and you're Turkey. You can stab Austria.
Stab later after you've already taken Sev and taken Naples and things like that. Push the Austrian fleet out of the Atlantic where David Hood said it would be fun to go. Do all that stuff. Germany into Mars.
Marseille.
Oh, he means Marseille with support of Turkey. Yeah, I see that.
Yeah. I mean, Justin's not pulling one despite taking Denmark, but
yeah, Wardy's not without people to work with here. I just think it would have been more interesting to work with Tim a little longer, but we'll see. Wardy could turn out to be right.
Yeah, I mean, this is the play for I want to top at any cost, but not I want a huge top. And I will say this scoring system does reward the huge tops more and stabbing later and getting the bigger top with the more bonus points.
If you get into the double digits, you mean?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's hard to see. Like, I can very much see Wardy topping this game if this works out, but I struggle to see him getting 12, 13, 14 centres and really maximising the Tour of Britain scoring system that regard.
I mean, I guess it's possible. We don't know exactly what's going to happen here, but it's possible that he gets enough people out of position where he can make a big move in a couple of game turns. We'll see.
Yeah. Elsewhere, this turn we just see Russia coming down with all of their units and everything else pretty much stationary. France goes back to the English Channel. Spain's now at risk for France.
Yeah, and that risk is gone. Although takes Marseille.
Yeah. Takes Marseille, loses Spain, so it's Germany who loses overall, and Germany also loses Berlin. So I think this is the end of Justin as a significant power in this game, down to just Holland, Kiel, Munich, and relegated to the minor player role that Jason's been playing for a little while. The other four are still all in contention.
Do you find it interesting that Tim did not go to Galicia here, but instead put the two armies against Munich? I guess to coordinate with the Russians, I guess.
Yeah, I mean, Tim is keeping Warsaw on Russia's good grace, so maybe it's a diplomatic play.
I know, but Galicia just seems like that would be a good place to keep any leakage out of the Turkish army, but I guess we'll see.
Well, Germany is gone, but not completely gone, as they get into Venice with double support from the Italians, because why not? Italy's the only thing they've been doing for some time is fighting Austria, and they're making sure that Austria suffers. Turkey daisy chains all their units forward successfully, which is delightful for Wardy and pretty bad news for Tim. He does get into Munich, but I think if I'm Micah at this point, I'm very tempted to say, right, that's enough of that. Now I take Warsaw, and Tim has outlived his use to her.
Yeah, Micah can work with Wardy here, right?
Yeah.
If necessary.
I would say not only would I be tempted, I think that is absolutely the correct play here, Nicholas.
Yeah,
I mean, I'm not
that's
positive
plan
about
A.
that because Micah's still got some stuff she can take in Germany and all that. I mean, I don't know. Not sure that's the right move, but it's certainly a possible move for her.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Just take everything.
Mhm.
Micah takes Warsaw, Holland, and Kiel. Micah is playing the scoring system here because this is how Russia gets the big top. Sure, you've convoyed out of Edinburgh, but that's now 3 French units on the English homeland, 2 of which are completely useless to France. And as soon as the disbands start coming for France, like say Germany walking into Paris, they're going to come off the board, and Micah can turn around later and pick them up for free. So yeah, love it. Take the German dots. Probably would have taken from Denmark rather than from Berlin, but maybe that was the price of Tim's support.
That army in Holland is going to be so much more useful than hanging out in Edinburgh.
Yep. Well, Micah builds 2, puts down 2 more armies. There's an argument, given that these games can go to 1910, 3 years left. Maybe I would have put a fleet St. Pete North Coast down so that you can mop up Edinburgh before the end of the game. I'm not sure Army St. Petersburg's going to really take anything. But yeah, Audi puts another fleet down. I guess at some point he's looking at those Italian dots.
I mean, I'm looking at, for Micah, I haven't analyzed this in detail yet, but convoy Norway into Holland, Holland to Ruhr. Now I've got play on Munich, play on Belgium. There's armies.
Yeah, it's pretty doable. Convoy into Belgium straight away.
Convoy
That
Belgium,
works too.
yeah.
On the flip side, St. Pete has come south, which, yeah, I don't think it's going to get anywhere particularly relevant before the end of the game.
Could be could be defensive against potential Turkish perfidy.
Yeah. But then you can use the builds from what you're getting this year for that, can't you?
Yeah. Hey, you don't have to talk me into Fleet North Coast. I'm with you. I would have done that. Just trying to look for some alternatives.
That's fair. So France gets Brest back and gets Spain back. So France is actually net +1 for the year. But it doesn't matter. They can't build because all of their home centers are occupied. Turkey is net even, having got Bud but lost Spain. However, their fleets are further forward, so they can get Spain back later. Italy is building, which is fascinating. Turkey's been a pretty loyal ally to them so far. Will they reward Turkey by putting another army down and not being a threat? Or is Fleet Naples going to come down and seriously screw with Wardy's plans for the rest of this game? Usually, when you're managing a Janissary, you don't want them building in any way that could remotely threaten you. So this may have been a misplay from Wardy to just allow Italy to get that build.
It's not much of a build though; it's defensive.
Yeah, the army's fine. If it had been although even then, it's still harder for Wardy to take those dots at the end of the game.
So, game probably goes to 1910. Is there any argument to just draw here?
You mean argument for whom?
Yeah,
Because if I'm Wardy, I don't think I'd do that. I'm gonna try to take some kind of shot here.
Wardy said,
I don't draw as Micah either. Because of the bonus points, and the bonus points are there for the taking. Sure, you've got to actually take them, but Munich at least is very takeable. Paris has been pro you for some time with that last German unit, so Brest is doable. Yeah.
All right, so Trieste is falling. Russians have to go back, which I think they have to worry that Wardy was going to try to move some armies up. So that doesn't totally shock me. Although not taking Munich, I understand sending a couple of them back, but not taking Munich, I guess
Maybe
they can still take it. They can still take
yeah.
it because they're going to Ruhr. Yeah.
Yeah. And this does go to the end of 1910 rather than 1909. So this is all right at the moment. We didn't mention Turkey's in mid-Atlantic Ocean, which is always fun. You don't get to see that too often. So cool. Doesn't work out for him this turn, though. France has defended Spain while Russia gets into Brest. Yeah, ignoring Munich for now. But again, that's something you can take in the final year. And it looks like Tim is a loyal Janissary for Micah. And the difference between them is Micah's got 2 loyal Janissaries in Germany and Austria, and both of them are helping her in her fight for the top. Yes, Wardy's got Italy as a partner, but so far that's not really done anything for him.
Yeah, it's hard to actually imagine how Italy can really help him very much, except losing his centers to Turkey is really how he can help him.
I mean, he might be able to disrupt Munich, maybe.
I think Tim getting into Budapest, it's significant because not for Tim, but just for Micah controlling, that's creating even more separation than the one center between herself and her closest rival for the board top. So I really like that decision
and she's up to 12. So as you can see on the score, she's now got her first bonus point, and any more centers she takes is more bonus points. So there's still more on the table if she can make the correct guesses around those English dots.
Chris, oh geez, yet another Russia fleet breath. So boring.
Bye-bye Budapest, but of course, losing Romania to do so. Oh, putting the Italian. All right, there's the Italians coming into play. Taking Vienna. All right, that's totally legitimate use of one's Janissary.
And they're in Piedmont, presumably, to help with Marseille as well. So,
indeed,
yeah. Well, Wardy played the long end. It looks like it's paying off for him. I don't think it's going to be enough to get him the top, but there's a world it might get him bonus points, because it's not just the top who gets bonus points. It's anyone over 11. So if Wardy can get 3 centers here, whole Budapest can get run back, which is very doable. Get Marseille, get Spain. That's quite a lot of points.
All right, potentially this is they end by year, not time, correct? So this will be the last turn.
So they do take Spain.
Yep.
Yeah. Don't get the bonus points because they didn't get Marseille, but I mean that's still a pretty good score for Wardy. And Micah, by not drawing earlier on, she's got herself a couple bonus points over what she would have otherwise had. And in this league, that's huge. Like Bradley was able to win it last year because he got an early score with a lot of bonus points and locked himself up at the top. So really good result for Micah, pretty good for Wardy. And Christian Brown comes out as champion of the rest of them and gets 5 points and only one less than Wardy for that result.
Fun game. I really enjoyed it, and congratulations to Micah Blom and Christopher Ward for keeping it interesting. Definitely could have gone another direction. So another one coming down to the end. Let's go ahead and switch to our next game. We will bring up our list of players, and McCullis, we're going to give you a break. And welcome to the stream, Ed Sullivan.
I hope this works.
It is working.
No idea.
I'm hearing your audio. If you'll mute. All right. Are you able to hear us now, though? Okay. Cool. Well, Ed, welcome to the stream. Let's hope that the stream from the Airstream does actually work out. David, you want to introduce our players here?
Patrick Jacobson is somebody that Ed and I both met at the Denver tournament, a player from California. So that's great to see him here in the Tour of Britain. Tom Fierkens is new to me. It looks like maybe new to the tour, given the fact that there's no place there. So that's great to have another Dutch player here. Ben Kelmy, we've already talked about tonight. There, it's France. Another new player, Arun, playing the Germans. Justin Lohr, we just saw him in the last game playing out of Los Angeles as Italy. Bradley Grace, everyone's favorite person to McCullis out of the game early on, apparently. And then Christian Brown, our very well-known player from the Chicago club, who's played a lot of virtual in the last several years, and is always a treat to have on the board. So does Ed get to stay muted the whole time? Because that will really help me a lot.
Ed, why don't you take spring 1901? We'll do all of 1901, and David will do 02.
Sure. Although I'm feeling really negative about this internet situation, I'm just trying to be a team player here since it's like 2 a.m. for McCallus. All right. Spring 1901. It's my favorite French opening. I like that French opening a lot. I know David Hood hates it. Standard English opening. Oh, we see the unusual Fleet Keel to Holland, which it's just not in today's meta, but it can be very effective for play on England if that happens. And then looks like in the East, the old school Christian Brown. Enough of this. Yeah, we'll do a fist bump in Armenia, but I'm going to go to black. Black is a great place for Turkey to be in 1901. God bless Christian Brown. I'm glad that we're showing players the danger of this fist bump. I don't fist bump. I'm a handshake person. All right, 1901 here. Fall. Christian does not get into Romania. He wouldn't want to be there anyways, but he does get into Armenia. Now we see the Italians put Tyrolia and Venice. I really like that play from Justin here. And then let's see. Patrick got his 2. Obviously some AI tension there. That's not good for the long term for Austria, I don't think. And then no bounce of Sweden. But this is the problem, as David Hood would say, with going to Holland. England forwent play at Belgium because he didn't know if he was going to get Belgium. Instead, bounces Germany out of Denmark. Sort of brutal. Brutal. And France picks up their 2.
Yeah, Ben trying to snake Munich is my comment for the day. That's fun. And fun that Germany figured out that's what was going to happen. As far as builds go, I don't think you can argue with the French and English builds, probably not even with the German build, although it's always sad to not build a second fleet, but they just can't afford to yet. So you can understand that. The Turkish build makes sense and going after Russia. So I guess all these builds are sort of expected, I think. Looking at Spring 02, the assault by the Turks against the Russians continues. They take Romania with Austrian help. So we've got an Astro-Turk forming here with the Austrians already in Bohemia. I guess that's because they're with the Italians and they're going to take a shot at Munich. Otherwise, that's a little weird to move away from two sitting Italian armies like that. There must be a good arrangement there. The French have jumped into the English Channel in the Mid-Atlantic, so they're going north against Tom, who thinks that instead his job is to go after Germany, which is already done with the Denmark thing, so it goes into Helgoland Bight. Silesia to Baltic is interesting as well. That's a very anti-German move to make there with combined with the English move to Skagerrak. Obviously, the English are going to Denmark, and the Russians are going to play around with the Germans, going into Silesia as well. Taking Berlin with the fleet, they have to cover Warsaw, or they think they have to cover Warsaw there from the Austrian unit. The Austrians actually take Romania out and Bulgaria, so the Austrians have pivoted apparently with the Russians. At the same time, the Italians support themselves into Trieste. I don't know if that's by consent or not. They are going to Aegean. That makes it look like that this is a late-breaking AI.
No, it's not by consent. Look at Bohemia's order.
Bohemia thought they were going to Munich. I didn't see that, yeah. But if you're going to attack, why would you go to the Aegean there? I guess that makes as much sense as anything. But I would have gone, if you're going to attack the Austrians, why don't you go Tunis to Ionian? I mean, there's something goofy going on here. Maybe a miscommunication. Yeah. Maybe some kind of miscommunication.
I don't know, but I thought it was an error, and I have a hard time believing it's arranged.
I think you're right, because look at the army build. So that's got to be, you've got to be right that this is an AI war. Although, again, I just don't see the point of doing that if you're not going to go to Ionian. Go to Ionian now, but it's a little late. Go ahead, Ed.
Yeah, so, I mean, all of this is sort of good news for Christian Brown. We had an heir that was, tacking Christian down. Now he's back in Bulgaria with Italian help because Italy knows that it can't fight Turkey and Austria at the same time. It's probably a mistimed stab by Justin. But meanwhile, Russia Russia snagged Berlin before and is now trying to split the difference. It's almost a different Russia where it's east and west, not north and south. Pretty interesting. Poor Germany on the ropes. Will be out of Munich. One would like to be Ben Kelman in this situation, having made peace, although it looks like Belgium did not take offered support into Holland, or maybe that was a London misorder convoy London to Holland. London was unordered. So, ouch, Tom, that hurts. I've made a few missed convoy orders in my day, so I get it. So right now I'm reading this alliance structure as the Kraken, Russia kind of wavering here, better get on side with Austria, and then we have an EF.
Not sure why England didn't convoy to Holland there themselves. I didn't quite get that.
No, London wasn't ordered.
Yeah,
I know, but I'm talking about they could do Edinburgh.
Well, either one.
Yeah, either one.
They just didn't make the order. All right, well, now we go. We're going to convoy to Denmark, which everyone says they hate armies in Denmark. Morgante has a really interesting idea that they're not bad because they're basically a stopper. They're not an advancer, but they're also, you can't really, it's hard to lose Denmark in that situation too. So I get it.
I like an army in Denmark if I've got a fleet in the Baltic.
Yeah, that's true.
Because it's not really an army Denmark, it's an army Livonia.
It's all sort of good news for France here, right? Which is they've dropped down in the Med. They're going to be able to take Tunis. They've taken Munich. It's just a good spot. They're vulnerable to a stab, but not yet, I don't think. Meanwhile, Italy, good news, they take Greece. Bad news, they're going to lose Tunis. They've got a French problem now. Austria, this Kraken is sort of working because Turkey's in Serbia, Turkey's in Bulgaria. And Christian got that fleet out of the Aegean. That's all really good. Except for Bradley getting into Armenia, but I think that can be handled with the Christian's 2 builds.
Yep. Fleet Armenia is not very scary when you're building. the French continue to pump units into the Mediterranean here. There's another fleet that just got built that's coming into Lyon. So England now they tried to take Berlin. Is that what's happening? Let's see. They tried to convoy to Berlin, it looks like.
Yeah.
But it
I
didn't.
think they messed it up. There's no reason that shouldn't have worked.
I don't know, Ed. Is it possible to misorder convoys, Ed Sullivan?
Thanks,
Just
Dave.
asking. I'm asking.
I'll find out tomorrow. Maybe I'll get one tomorrow.
I'm just asking questions here. I'm not making any statements. Just asking questions.
I think they both convoyed. I think Kiel didn't support the convoy. I think it looked like Kiel.
Well, they
convoyed.
did this time, so now they're in good shape.
got
The
it.
fall of 1904, they've convoyed in with support this time. What else has happened? We've got convoys everywhere. Got convoy to Holland, and man, that's really a nice position for Tom, isn't it? To have those two convoys go the way they did. And French units continue to just move east. So this is a really well-functioning EF so far.
Yeah, Ben's very vulnerable.
Yeah, I'm gonna call out
But
this.
there is a lot of key. He's right about that. There's a lot of chaos in the east. That is true. Fleet Brest had to be Fleet Brest. The two armies, that's a lot of armies, Tom. Is it true that England literally has 5 armies and 3 fleets? I'm not positive I've seen that any time in the last many years. That is quite an
unusual.
A unit disposition.
It's working out great.
It is. Yeah, I'm not complaining. I'm just saying it's unusual. French being an Ionian is really good for the EF. English being in Silesia is really good for the EF. English having more armies to convoy to the continent is really good for EF. French getting into Tyrolia is good for the EF. What am I missing?
You're missing things that are not good for the EF, which is nothing.
Exactly. Wow. Vienna's pretty good for that too.
How about
They took Venice. They took Venice and Vienna. Wow.
I think I'm 05. Look, we're in Aegean, we're in Ionian, we're in Vienna. Look at these Prussia, Berlin, Kiel. It's a really good EF. And
this just shows you the power of a strong alliance when you are facing chaos on the other side of the board. Look at the power of this alliance.
Hey, and look at Bradley, because Sweden's been under threat. St. Petersburg, England can do that, but Tom is playing a patient game here. They're working with Bradley.
Indeed. Now it's time for French armies, which makes sense. He wants to pump them through the middle of the board. He's got plenty of fleets. All right, the army back to Spain. I guess he's trying to do some kind of convoy eventually. Convoy to Apulia or something, maybe, is the theory. Takes Trieste. Actually, it might be your turn, Ed. I don't know. This game's moving so fast, I'm having a hard time keeping up with it.
This one's you, David.
Okay. So English. Honestly, it's just a bunch of moves to the east that from the Western powers that the East can't stop.
Spain is meant to
by
convoy
God,
to Smyrna.
the Christian did kill that fleet in Armenia. Thank God.
Spain's going to Smyrna. Oh, Greece.
Greece. Okay. Yeah, I had it in my head they were going to Apulia, but why do that when you can go all the way to Greece?
I like the Greek
Support of
choice
what?
here because
I guess the support of Aegean. Yeah. Okay.
yeah, Christian also thought it was going to Smyrna. Would have bounced it. So
Indeed. Yeah, this is. Seriously, when's the last time we saw Vienna, Trieste, and Serbia and Greece all held by France at the end of 1906? That's just crazy talk.
I think the other thing is just how quick this is going. It's not easy to get this kind of momentum going. Trust me.
Yeah, lickety split would be the way I would describe it.
is there I know there's an argument, but is there a good argument for Ben turning on Tom here?
No, he's ahead. I think Tom probably takes second in this situation. I think that's what I don't think Ben needs. I don't think Ben's going to solo, but he's got what, 14, 15 I don't think he can.
Here's the thing. In this particular scoring system, solo doesn't actually do all that much. It's a great result, but it's not the be all end all result that it would be under most scoring systems. So there is plenty of reason to get more centers here. There's not plenty of reason to just think that your goal here is a solo, unless you just want to do it because you like to solo, which I would. But under the scoring system, it's not really the goal. It's just to have a gigantic top.
Those builds do not indicate that Ben has any interest in moving against Tom, so we'll probably see us continuing to move forward. Ed, this one's yours.
Yeah, this is just continuing to move on.
+3 for England, +2 for France. Just keeps going. We're now at 12 center England, 14 center France. Can
England builds 3 armies? Yeah, you can't be a more pro-alliance set of builds than that.
Yeah. Wow. Romania, England, and Budapest. Ed, so impressed by this that it knocked his internet out. He has had enough. Just keep pushing through. This is impressive. Here you go. Someone was asking for a longer convoy. And here we go. Spain to Smyrna.
Are they just going to take all the centers? Is that the plan?
I mean,
they just about could.
14. I mean, now this is turning into a dangerous game.
Well, I'm not sure under the scoring system that it's all that different. I mean, I think Tom just simply comes in second to a solo.
Tom is not coming in second.
If they were going to play it that way, yes.
Yeah. No, spring of 1909, we've got Tom convoying into or moving the fleet into Belgium, moving into Munich, moving into
the French have supported the move to Belgium. They may be going for a 1717.
1717. Wow. Yeah. Wild.
I think they might be doing a 1717. Yep.
1717.
Wow is right.
Here we go. Wow, that is wild. I think I've only covered one other 1717, and it felt very manufactured. I mean, this one I think was definitely agreed. Ben didn't have to do this.
All right, so under this system, there is a tie break, it looks like, because the score went to 13. It might have been how big you were back before you were tied, something like that, because they were at 15 and 14. That maybe the score's just not right.
Yeah, I'm not familiar.
The score, maybe the score's not right, or maybe it is a tie break. I don't know, but that's obviously the power of a strong alliance when you've got a lot of chaos on the other side, is you can do something like this if you want to.
Yeah. Yeah, well, congratulations to Ben and Tom for doing something that I have seen even less than a solo with the 1717. In this particular scoring system, there's really not a huge difference between getting to that 18. So well done to both of them for maximizing their points, not upsetting another player, and playing the league. All right, well, let's bring in McCallus. We'll do another one. David, are you still good, or do you need a break?
No, I'm good.
All right. So if you are enjoying the broadcast, please give it a like. And if you haven't already done so, go ahead and subscribe to the channel. Help share this for everyone else to see. Helps spread the game of diplomacy to more players. And let's do another game ourselves. And here we go. Round 4, game B. Lipton. That's a brand I do know. Nicholas, I'll have you
Generous
introduce
to call that one tea. All right, we have Jason Gray playing in Austria out of Sydney, Australia. We have Caleb Sue, who I believe is new to us and new to this league by the looks of things, in England. We have France as Isaac Jukes playing out of York, Great Britain. Germany, we see Tim Crosby back for more in Germany, and Micah Blom in Italy, both returning, both already had some good results in this league. Russia, we have Captain Gaming, who's been playing a lot recently in virtual games. And Turkey, we have Doug Malott, who I believe made top board at DBNI this year. So good to see him back in the virtual scene. And we open up this game with a less boring than normal West. France goes straight up to English Channel and bounces England out of it, while also going to Picardy and Marseille to Gascony, which is a unusual opening where you just don't. Portugal can stay neutral. Okay, cool. England, by the looks of things, was doing 2 fleets south, but also sailing Liverpool to Edinburgh, which is also something you don't see very often. So England and France both doing some very unusual openings here, very out of the standard meta, even for openings where they're attacking each other. The East, unfortunately, is a lot more boring. So we see as the situation develops in the West, it's all to Germany's advantage as Tim Crosby is building 3 in 1901. Great, love it. Gets French support to take Belgium, gets into Holland, gets into Denmark, has somehow upset the Russian enough that Russia feels the need to come to Silesia, which is unusual. Might be combined with a St. Petersburg South Coast fleet, which is rarely great news for either Germany or Russia. But Russia has been bounced out of Romania, and Turkey is going heavily anti-Russia, bouncing Black Sea, bouncing Rum, and going to Armenia. So bad news for Russia in the south.
Really nothing to change there, except this is a bad time to go to Silesia, Captain Gaming. Of course, he probably didn't realize that, but 3 bills.
I have to say, it's been a long time since I saw Norway and Portugal neutral at the end of 1901.
Portugal more so, Norway not as much. Still neutral after spring 1902. You build 2 fleets, do you, Tim, and then you leave one of them in port in Berlin because you're still worried about the Russians, I guess. The French do, in fact, support themselves in the English Channel, so the standoff in the English Channel is over, and Isaac has won it. Micah just brings their army back to Apulia that doesn't really want to commit quite yet, go any particular direction. Doug, on the other hand, is very much committed to go north, taking Black because they built the 2nd fleet and allowing Austrian support, or allowing Austria to support them to Romania. We all know what happens, though, with an army in Romania as the Turks without one in Bulgaria. It's a little bit of a precarious, sort of awkward situation to be in.
Mike is in a pretty awkward spot here as Italy. When you see an AT that's progressing against Russia, there's not a lot you can do to help Russia. There's not a lot you can do in a one-on-one fight against either Austria or Turkey. So it's all down to what you can do diplomatically. Break it up by whatever means necessary. For example, there's an open Bulgaria. Convince Austria to stab. Because otherwise, if Mike just sits around and they take Sev and push Russia back, sooner or later, she's going to be the next target.
Don't you have to do something here? Go to Adriatic or go to Aegean or something to get both of your fleets into play. Or go west. Why not just go west, too? Just give up on that and go west. It's another thing you can do.
Yep. Full AIT, then.
Although in the fall turn, Germany takes the North Sea. That's definitely significant. And look, Norway gets taken. It gets taken, as does Portugal.
Yep. And it's Russia that gets Norway rather than England. Good news for Captain Gaming that he's lost Sev, but will rebuild as that the fleet's gone, which actually isn't necessarily a bad thing. This is a good way to now realign with Turkey. Say, right, my fleet's off the board. You can push into the Balkans because you're not getting anything further out of me. It's usually quite a convincing argument, and maybe that can get Darga on side for CG here.
Yeah, this is so interesting now between A and T. What happens here? Do they move? Do they work together? Do they start fighting each other? Looks like they work together.
They do, but con to ball to Aegean. It's Dud's got the option of snapping quite brutally this turn now if he wants, with Greece and Rum both being on the cards.
What did Jason
Not saying
think
he
was
will.
happening here? I guess Jason thought he was going to be friends with Turkey and Italy because he just moved to Tyrolia from Trieste.
Maybe he will be.
Yeah, maybe. Yeah. The Italians have taken Marseille and have held it as well.
Yep.
Because Burgundy prioritized supporting Munich. Gosh, I think I would have prioritized taking Marseille back.
It's a big win for Tim.
Indeed.
That may have been Tim has given up Belgium to France, so that may have been the price of you can take Belgium, but you've got to support old Munich. So that would make sense for from Tim's perspective to make that sort of deal. The North is turning very Western Tripoli with the remnants of England going against Russia as well. This can be what happens when you have a triple going in the East, whether it's a RAT, an RIT, an AIR, or in this case, an AIT. If there's a triple and it comes to the line, you often force the other side of the board to triple in turn. And it's really rescued England from what was previously a dire position. Caleb's now back in the game and a real player in it. It's probably okay for the Eastern powers at the moment. They've still got growth, but at a certain point they do need to grow in a different situation, in a different direction rather.
Well, Turkey's going to have to do something different reasonably soon because they don't really have anywhere else to go. Which Austria's got to know that. That's why he's putting armies down in Trieste and Serbia.
Yeah. Yep. So Austria gets into Warsaw, moves out of Bull, and sort of does defensive moves with those units. I mean, this is Austria's got a problem here in that they have all of 2 units now that are actually on the line doing anything. I guess you could push up to Livonia, but you're not going to get St. Petersburg anyway from the south, so that's meh. That's not an actual move to get anywhere. Jason's got to make a decision. Is his next target Doug? It's really difficult to make that work. Or is it time to just gut Italy?
I think he's going to hope he can gut Italy, but he's really there to defend against Doug, would be my guess. Yeah, and he needed to because there he comes.
That may be arranged. Doing it by fleet.
Yeah, doing it by fleet, that's got to be arranged. But then why go to Romania? Just to make sure that they weren't both being taken, maybe.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they could have moved the army. There's no reason. Like they may have made that agreement, but if Sev and Khan both went, that would be bad.
Well, they do take Venice.
Yep, stabs Venice and gets into Ionian Sea as a backfill, which is also pretty good.
Tim's also in good, having gotten into the North Sea there and taking Norway is not a bad situation to be in either.
Yeah, it's rare you see England be the one who gets stabbed out of a Western Triple, although I guess given the Western Triple only formed as a response to the East, it makes more sense in this position. The FG just got back together and said, right, we don't need England anymore, so now it's time to kill them.
They really don't need England.
Yeah.
Micah's gotten rid of that army, Marseille. So that's obviously a very telling point. I am going back to East. Yep.
Yeah. Micah convoys Spain to Tuscany. That's fun. I like that. Really like that move. You don't want Austria having free access to all of your home centres. Why not put a French army there that can try and counter it later?
What home centres?
They're still home centres. They're just not Italian.
Would be my question. Which home centres are you talking
about? It's quite fun that now they've gone up to Livonia, but they have an England that's being attacked by Germany. This is the rare situation where the East might actually get St. Petersburg by going for it, because all they have to do is get England to help them in. So that could be quite a fun little move.
They could. Or put the English in there, which is that's also totally fair.
Yep. Keep them on the board, annoying the Germans and French for a bit longer, sure.
Isaac moving out of Marseille to keep that, keep all the Italian units up there fighting the AT bad guys.
In some ways, I get that, but in other ways, just look, Italy's pulling 2 anyway. Yeah, I'd
Well,
probably
you don't
rather
want them
have that
pulling three,
build.
is the theory. You don't want them pulling. You can take it later. You're already building. You don't really want to build more than just the fleet breast, so you don't really want to take a second center. Where are you going to build for it?
Yeah, but if you don't take Marseille till the end of 06, you can't then build in Marseille till the end of 07.
Marseille Schmarseille, you can build it in Brest. It gets there almost as fast and gives you flexibility. Yes, I said Marseille Schmarseille. That's exactly what I said. All right, we do have the Austrians now taking St. Pete, as one does, apparently. And hopefully leaking into Scandinavia. We all want to see Austrian armies in Scandinavia. I know I do.
Even though Germany support held St. Petersburg, but St. Petersburg moved, and therefore that support didn't actually go through. So that's unfortunate
That is
for England
unfortunate.
here.
I wonder why he moved.
Might have just been done.
Yeah, maybe
Yeah,
Germany
maybe.
didn't tell them they were given the support, or England just didn't believe them.
But AT just continues to march along. This is, AT can work.
Hey, we've got a Austrian unit in Scandinavia.
I believe that's what I wanted to hear.
Yep, they've walked out of St. Petersburg, so that's why England moved in spring. It was
What a
a
good
deliberate
move.
ploy. Yeah,
What a good move, because you got to think that Norway was going to cover Sweden. That is a fun move.
yeah.
It would have
a lot
been
of fun.
even funner if the Turks had gone to St. Pete. But you can't have everything. Can't have everything.
That's for next year. Germany looks like stabbed. No, Belgium was probably by agreement.
That was probably
I struggle to think Burgundy bouncing is by agreement, though. Like, why is that by agreement?
Yeah, you actually want them to be in Burgundy, don't you? I mean,
yeah, there's some very strange moves going on from an FG perspective if it is actually arranged.
I just can't get over the red Norway.
awesome. It's totally awesome. Oh, they lost their army. I was going to say they were going to take Sweden too, but I guess not. The English have lost their army. The fleet makes sense. You go down to the Mid-Atlantic here, maybe. I don't know.
Yeah, it's nothing to block it. So,
well, I assume one of those mini armies is going to be in Spain, and then you can block it.
I mean, those armies look to me like France saying, "No, Germany, you can't stab me." So, maybe there's definitely got to be some tension there, rather than putting a fleet
Germany's
press
leaving Bohemia. This is all because there's FG mistrust. It's got to be.
Sadly, Austria is walking back out of Norway rather than Turkey taking St. Pete. That's a tragedy.
It's a tragedy, and frankly, I don't think it makes any sense.
Yeah, like why not retreat to Finland and threaten Sweden as well?
Well, good.
Because there's going to be a war. That's why, between A and T.
That's going to be a war that's really ineffective. So they swap Greece and Bull, and nothing else changes.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, the difference, I suppose, is Austria has access to Con, but
I wonder if this is a real war or if it's some kind of ersatz war to make sure that F and G fight.
Yeah, maybe. It's a very ineffective stab if so, but Tim has got the upper hand in the west. Isaac does have a bit more room now that that English fleet comes off the board, but Isaac's not got growth options, I was going to say.
So, draws in spring of 1908 with a shared top between Germany and Austria. McCallus, I'll go to you for this one. What's the story for this game?
Two powerful alliances on each side of the board. FG mopped up their side, AT mopped up theirs, and everybody else got ground out between them. And in the end, in both cases, one alliance partner was slightly ahead of the other, as you kind of expect to happen. Pretty good result for everyone.
Yep.
We will move on to our final game of our feature league, the Tour of Britain. That is round 3, game A. And we've got David, I'll let you introduce this one.
All right, we've got Bradley Grace again. We've seen him many times tonight, playing in Warrington. Same true for Tim Crosby there in England, playing from Florida. Looks like we've got a new player in France. Always great to see new players. Freya. Christian Brown again in Germany. Captain Gaming, we saw him in the last game. Jason Gray and Justin Lohr. All players that we have already seen tonight. Was it Jason and Justin that had the situation earlier where they were both strong on each side of the board and they made some kind of deal? I wonder if we're going to see what kind of RT relationship we're going to see here. And are they going to plow into Bradley and kill him a la Macarlos? I'm going to start using that as a verb. Army Trieste. It's not a usual Austrian opening, but you do that when you're in Austria. You don't really know what the hell Italy's doing. But that's an interesting way to play that. Italy, of course, bounces with Piedmont, bounces with France and Piedmont. Gosh, how often do we see Germany go to Burgundy and actually get there in spring 1901? Not very often, but we've seen it here, combined with Tim doing a completely anti-French opening. So Freya playing Freya's first game may be in serious doo-doo here because the Italians also tried to move west. Got the old style opening from the Turks there in the south, but otherwise, well, I see Jason's gone north. We've seen a fair number of Russians going north tonight.
Yeah. And in this case, because England's gone to the Channel, England can't guarantee Norway. So this is pretty good news for Jason.
England does take Belgium, though, which makes sense in that situation. You got to hope that you're going to take something there. Germans, of course, take Paris. Wow. Freya deciding to take the two Scandinavian centers instead of covering Brest and Paris has lost Paris. That's going to be hard to take back anytime soon. I mean, you can, but it's going to be hard to do it anytime soon. There's an English army also in Belgium threatening Burgundy. So this could be a very interesting 1902.
It's the second free build Germany we've seen, but it's the first time in a long time I've seen that free build Germany be from Paris as the third build.
But a one build Austria because they got bounced by the Turks in Greece and they didn't support themselves in.
Well, the build's Fleet Marseille is an interesting decision from France. I guess it's a diplomatic pitch towards Germany, maybe. Like, I'm useful, don't kill me. Maybe it'll work. I don't know. If you're not threatening Paris. Other than that, yeah, nothing too unexpected. Russia takes Norway in spring of 02 because England wasn't next to it yet. Germany is going to go and take Sweden, but Russia will stay even in the north for now. So they have bought themselves a year to try and get something else elsewhere on the board. E.g., well, if it was a pitch to Germany with Fleet Marseille, it didn't work. May have worked with Italy, but they're still sat in PA-POM, which doesn't make me overly trusting towards that unit's friendly intentions, no matter how a support holds that against nothing can be read. And the East sees Bradley go up to Tyrolia and an attempt to get to the line to counter this fast EG, but Germany correctly bouncing Silesia, which means that it's a lot less scary an attempt.
Yeah, I agree with all that. Okay, well, that's AI going after Bulgaria and Greece there, isn't it? Yeah. I'm not sure what was Justin thinking there going backwards. Oh, so because he knew it was going to happen, he wanted to be able to retreat his army. That's why. Okay. Because he wants to keep two armies instead of keeping two fleets for defensive purposes. That I can understand that.
I don't.
Captain Gaming's really happy he got into Marseille, right? That's a pretty good guess.
Yeah. If it's a guess, it may well have been France giving it to them. Like screw EG, you can have this.
True, because there's not much reason to go to Spain in that situation. You should have done that in the spring if you want to move your fleets around. So
yeah.
What a fast-moving EG.
They've got the air to counterbalance it, but there's the thing that an air needs to unlock the West is they need Russia building fleets in the north. And the problem with Russia already having to defend Norway is they just couldn't put that second Northern Fleet down, which means the air are not going to get the upper hand against Germany. Sooner or later, Norway's going to be kicked out and killed. And if EG stick together, they can and will push that air back in the north.
That was going to happen whether they built that fleet north coast anyway. I mean, 4 fleets versus 2 is just as good as 4 fleets versus 1, really.
Oh, I'd be building south coast and going and threatening the German homeland.
Still doesn't do a whole lot for you. You got Denmark doing nothing. You can go to Baltic. I just think it's too late for the Russians to be able to help you because the blitz on France was so fast. All right, spring 1903. What do we got here? We got Turks losing Khan. They sort of made a bad guess there about what was going to happen. But they did leak out to Onia. It's not going to help them too much, but they did. Austria's doing the best they can to move their armies up to the line. Let's see, do we have any dissension in the ranks in the EG? It certainly doesn't look like it. What are the Italians doing? The Italians ordering the Western Mid. Is that with support of Spain? It must be with support of Spain.
Yeah.
Why didn't that go then? Oh, because Mid Atlantic didn't move. That's why. Okay.
Yeah.
They were hoping to guess right on the North Atlantic versus Irish Sea guess is what they were doing.
Yeah, France is unable. Rare rules thing here that France is unable to support a unit to dislodge its own unit, and that's why that move did not go through.
Germany takes Marseille. But Germany loses Silesia, so those armies going to the line has accomplished something there. They've killed what did they do? They killed the Turkish fleet in Romania. Doesn't really matter, but they've taken 2 centers. Austria takes Greece. Yeah, this is just moving to the line from the air, trying to keep the EG.
I would question why Austria is taking Greece in there. Like, if the idea is you're pushing the line, Austria's already in Tyrolia, Bohemia, and Galicia. What does Austria need more units for? Italy needs more units to fight around Mid-Atlantic, get another fleet on the board.
I think they're cutting
Austria?
Italy.
Yeah. This is risky times for Italy.
Well, I don't know why you would. I mean, you wouldn't support the Italians into Smyrna and then snag Greece without.
Oh no, this is by agreement, but it's what's next. Like, why? Italy should be asking Austria why they need to be making that agreement. They should be saying, "Give me the build either way."
Yeah, +2 and +0 is not as good as +1 and +1.
Yeah, and Italy needs another fleet on this board, and now isn't getting it. Yeah, that's not good news for Italy. For now, Austria doesn't stab, even though they're in Trieste. But I think this is a matter of time. Russia's now in Ankara, which means that there's now an attack on Smyrna, which would be why you don't make the attack in spring. You wait till fall. Italy is heavily committed with what units they do have towards the west. But yeah,
even that army in North Africa is committed. I don't know where it's going, but it's committed.
I mean, it could convoy to Gascony, help the French out.
Maybe convoy to Spain. Might actually happen.
Yeah. I mean, I think the problem is Bradley's surely about to take Venice and Smyrna.
I'm sorry, convoy to Marseille is what I meant to say. That's what I meant to say.
Right. And Bradley doesn't stab yet. All right. They keep pushing up to the line. Maybe they're worried that EG will get even further ahead, so they'll buy some time.
Now, the Russians have taken Khan. That makes sense. Build another Russian unit. I don't know.
Where?
Get St. Pete free so you can build it. I don't know.
Yeah, but the problem with St. Pete being piffed, I don't get why Austria wants to see Army Sevastopol, for example. There's a lot of decisions that are being made here. Maybe it was just a rebalance because Bradley was ahead and Italy and Russia said to him, like, we're not happy with this. Yeah.
Certainly some parity going on here. All right, Austria, take Munich.
Yep.
Mid-Atlantic goes to North Africa. Wow. Western Med just held.
I mean, North Africa can't get any further.
No.
Munich is like this game is now at a stalemate. If the countries play it correctly,
I don't know. I see Budapest moving to Vienna to Budapest. I don't know what that means, but
Yeah.
that's not the direction of the enemies are that way. You're going that way.
Yeah. But either you're waiting for an alliance to break, or you may as well draw because the actual stalemate line is held from the EG side against the other side.
They've got to. Somebody's got to be thinking that there's going to be a break here in the alliance structure.
And there is. There's the stab on Italy. Goes into Venice, goes into Ionian Sea. Russia brings a fleet out so that they can that fleet in con will help in an AR position later on.
If you're stabbing, then take Smyrna with the army.
It's full. You can do that in full.
Oh, right. It's a spring turn. You're right. So sorry.
Yeah. And if you somehow convince Italy that it's not a stab, even better, and you get all 3 Italian home centers. They do make they do make wrists around Munich to do this because of they had to pull Tyrolia down, and they have been punished on Munich. Russia's also got St. Petersburg somehow because England didn't defend it,
which is interesting.
Yeah. Is it an agreement for Russia to put something down and attack Austria? Maybe
when they're +3. I guess anything's
Who else
possible.
is going to do it? Yeah.
But they wave because Bradley's, as we all know, Bradley's just an alliance player at heart.
Fleet Sevastopol goes down, Fleet Trieste goes down, but that's because in an AR, the problem
build
Austria and Russia have is, there's no Italian or Turkish fleets there. So if England comes into Med with all their fleets, like for example right here, you need a lot of fleets to come and lock up the line later on. And as these games should go to 1910, you do need both of those fleets on this board. Other than that, this is more stalemate line battles. Germany's got Munich back and will keep it. England gets Spain. Cool. France at some point is going to be killed, and at some point, England probably builds a fleet now which can go up to Barents eventually to take St. Pete back.
They didn't though.
Well, I can still go north and then Norway. Yeah, this is all stalemate line battles. There's the move to Barents Sea. I wouldn't be shocked if the end of next year England takes St. Pete and then we see a draw. An Austrian stab on Russia would be very risky before the final year. That looks like center trading.
Mm-hmm. That doesn't.
That might not be.
That doesn't look like center trading. That looks like some kind of something else. The fact that the game is getting ready to end. Well, they pulled back out of it.
Maybe it was theatre to get this EG stab in the final year, but if so, it didn't work for... Oh, maybe Russia was just tossing dots to Austria then.
Maybe so.
Well, net result, we've got Bradley Grace with an impressive 12 center Austrian board top.
Well, that's one thing you can do if you've got a stalemate position is one of you throw centers to the other. I mean, that's a legitimate way to deal with a stalemate.
Maybe Jason stabbed Bradley thinking Bradley was going to stab him, and then Bradley didn't, and Jason felt bad enough that he was willing to give the top up. Bradley got a bonus point out of that as a result, which is not insignificant in this scoring system.
No, every point matters a lot in this scoring system.
So after 5 games of Tour of Britain, this is where our standings currently stand. Ben Kelman in first with 18, tied with Timothy Crosby, former winner of this league, also with 18 points. Bradley Grace, on the strength of that last game, moves up to 17. Christian Brown at 16. Jason Gray 14, Micah Blum, and Tom Fierkins at 12. So very close.
But this has really been Kelman in a commanding position because he's only played 2 boards.
Yeah, so because this is your best 4 scores, Tim and Bradley can only go up by advancing on their worst score here. Bradley, it looks like, has been eliminated in half his game, so he does actually have relatively easy gains to make as well. But Ben just has 2 games that he can easily improve on. on having no score at all. So any points give him more any sort of result gives him more points. Whereas Tim in particular has a much harder time improving that position. Bradley, because he's got 2 eliminations, can still improve relatively easily.
All right. Well, thank you to our players and to Gary Sturley for organizing that tour of Britain. It's been such a fantastic addition to the hobby, coming in during lockdown and continuing because it's been a successful event. So, really appreciate that. And like to thank all of you for watching our coverage so far. If you are enjoying the broadcast, please remember to give it a like and subscribe to the channel if you haven't. All of this will help other players find out about the game of diplomacy, and hopefully they'll find ways that they can play and participate and join us in this fantastic community. Let's wrap up our coverage with our final games of the night. We're going to switch back to the Virtual Diplomacy League, and we have 3 games to go. So this will be 11 games that we're covering tonight because we ended up with a bonus game added. So really good to see that. I'll go ahead and bring up our players and... Let's see. McCallus or David, either of y'all need a break? We can duo-cast this one.
I'm
all right
fine.
with
We
this
can
one.
just keep going.
All right. Let me know if you do. And we will get right to it. David, I'll have you, or actually, McCallus, I'll have you lead off on this one and walk us through our players.
All right, video 193, Jurgen Klinsmann, infamous manager of dubious talents. We have Captain Gaming playing in Austria. We have Isaac Jukes. We've seen a lot of him tonight. We're seeing even more now playing out of York, Great Britain, in the middle of the night for him. So playing the midnight round for the British players. France, we see Robert Hillier playing out of Melbourne, Australia. In Germany, we see Josh Hennessy out of Perth, Australia. So double Australian presence. Italy, we have Oslo Bell, who appears to be a new name to us. Russia, we have Spedio, who appears to have played at least once before, as they are ranked. And Turkey, we see Doug Malott again. So Doug Malott getting to experience the joys of playing Turkey in multiple games at the moment. And going into spring of 1901, we see again a pretty standard West. France, we've seen a lot of France not going to Burgundy tonight, which to me always reads as standard because I grew up on the extended deadline games, and that was a lot more common there of France going to Picardy. But it's been more noteworthy, I think, tonight than we've perhaps given it credit for. Other than that, we see an army in fist bump in the east. Great, that's fun. Turkey brings the fleet straight out. And Austria worried against the Italians, so they've covered Trieste with Venice going up to Tyrolia and Russia opening north. So quite a lot of interesting stuff in the east there.
Yeah, I think the theme of the night so far has been Russia opening north. That's been happening game after game.
Unfortunately, the other theme of the night has been Russia opening north and then running into a strong EG, and it looks like that's happening yet again here. They're bounced out of Sweden for their troubles. England convoys to Norway, very aggressive moves. Could well be the start of a Western triple as well. Germany's building 3, France is in Spain south coast, and England convoys to Norway. There are warning bells there on all 3 of their moves. These fun Eastern openings, which haven't followed up into much in fall, they may get punished for it by the Western triple here.
Yep. I was going to say, even the Army Marseille is still a Western triple thing because you go to Piedmont with it, and the fleet in Brest can come around just almost as fast and get to Western Med just as fast that way. So this, not much to say on the West. Those are all classic Western triple moves. And the East, frankly, these are classic responses. Galicia, Bohemia, Tyrolia, that's the way you respond. Piedmont.
The difference here is we saw a game earlier with a Western triple where Turkey moved their fleets back to like Smyrna and Syria and just went completely in the opposite direction and stayed away and gave AIR room to respond. At the moment, that's not what Doug is doing. Doug has come to Eastern Med and looks like he's expecting a relatively normal game, and maybe Doug is looking to work with the West.
We'll see. I mean, Con Ank, you don't know what that really means. I guess it means that. It means you go to Armenia. All right,
And
what's happening here? They hit Romania. Okay.
So it looks like they've concluded Russia was cactus because Silesia could already go into Warsaw. St. Petersburg was indefensible. So yeah, this unfortunately looks like they've decided Russia's already someone to cut out, and they've just gone and done that. And does get into Ionian Sea as well, which is only good for Doug. Sure, Oslo may need it to help his defensive line for the moment, but now that Doug's there, he's got the Turkish sword of Damocles above the Italian head for quite a long time, I would expect. On the other hand, I wouldn't say that Picardy to Belgium is an overly Western Tripoli move when it's combined with Marseille to Burgundy.
Silesia to Warsaw is also might be the backwards way to do that, potentially. We didn't say the convoy to Tuscany. That's another time we've seen that tonight.
Yeah. I think the reason you go from Silesia is that Bohemia could have cut Silesia to defend Warsaw if it had gone the other way, gone in from Prussia. So that was the safer way to take it there. Russia pulls the two northern units off the board. So Russia is saying, I'm going to punish AT for this more than I'm mad at EG.
Rightfully so.
Yeah.
Well, the East just has to hope they can figure out a way to unhinge the Western Tripoli. Well, we all know that that's easy to do. Not yet, though. Piedmont, Tuscany doesn't get killed, but Tuscany stays alive. French in Piedmont, France Western Med, Germans are in Galicia. So this is still, so far, complete Western Triple domination.
Yeah, I mean, usually against the Western Triple, you see Austria and Turkey working together to blow up a Russian fleet so it can be rebuilt as an army. You don't often see the opposite being done, where it's Turkey blowing up an Austrian fleet so they can maybe rebuild it as an army, or maybe Turkey just happens to stay there. That's just great for Dard either way, though. Now, at first, he's in Ionian Sea and gets to stay in Ionian Sea, and now there's no Austrian fleet to worry about. Does have a Russian problem for the moment still, though, as Russia has helped Germany down to Galicia there.
Yeah, that was the issue with the calculus they made of jettisoning Russia, is that while Russia's still alive, they can still hurt you. But if EG doesn't take the Russian centers, they can be used against you, which is exactly what's happening here. Romania being lost. Let's see, what else is happening? Of course, Sweden goes. English get an army at St. Pete, which is what they wanted. London English Channel. It's hard to know exactly what that means, but it's not completely. I mean, arguably, there's another fleet needed in the Mediterranean if you're the Western Triple. So we'll see if that's what this is.
Yeah, this could be Isaac, much like what Doug has done in the East of getting himself into a nice position while working with his allies. This could be Isaac's opportunity. Like, oh, well, you need an extra fleet down in the Med, so let me come and be that extra fleet. And then it's Isaac that's in a similar position to that Turkish Ionian fleet.
Yep.
Army Berlin, not a surprise. The pull of Armenia, not a surprise. Great news for Turkey, though. And Russia reverses. So Russia has decided maybe that army in St. Petersburg was breaking some agreement, and Russia has gone, all right, EG, now you're the ones who've stabbed me most recently, so I'm going to go and help the Turk instead. So they push back north. Austria gets into Galicia, loses Bohemia for their troubles, which usually isn't a problem, but when it's combined with losing Tyrolia as well, is definitely a lot more of a problem. That French army in Tuscany is finally piffed, but France now has to worry, Italy now has to worry about Venice, and there's trouble around Vienna. There's a lot of issues for the East here, and losing Tyrrhenian Sea as well, from some very poorly coordinated moves, with Turkey and Italy bouncing in Tunis. That's not what you want to be doing there. Maybe it was a Turkish stab.
Maybe, but I don't think so. I think they were trying to cover Tunis from the French fleet in Western Med and move to North Africa. I'm not sure why they thought that was the way to play that, but that is what they did.
Turkey went into bull as well, and I really struggled to see the argument for doing that, especially from Con.
By the way, the French got into Tyrrhenian, I believe is how that's pronounced. Tyrrhenian, not Tyrrhenian. If you're Carthic.
Thankfully, he's not here, so we don't have
Western
to.
Med to North Africa. Yeah, makes sense. The French are going to be in Tuscany, by God. They're going to put a second army in there. Like it or not, that's their plan. Which
Yep.
you can do that when you
Turkey-
got German armies everywhere.
And turns out those Turkish armies were coming so that they could convoy to Apulia, which, again, is actually needed defensively in this situation now that you've lost the fleet war.
Needed defensively, but also a great place for a Turkish army to be.
Yep.
Yeah. Fleet Brest rather than Fleet Marseille. Easier to bring the fleet out because you can use Lyon to defend Tyrrhenian Sea in the meantime. Sure.
Although
So-
Marseille to Spain moves there just as fast as Brest and Mid-Atlantic, says the English worried about the fleet Brest.
So there's a common phrase amongst, like a theory that Turkey doesn't hate the Western Triple. And I think this game is going to be an interesting exercise for us to watch and see how that plays out, whether or not that proves to be of benefit. Really feels like it's turning into a race between our triple and Turkey to see who's going to end on top. So I'll be watching that as this continues to play out.
Well, I think the Western Triple is good for Turkey if the Western Triple ends up stabbing. Oh, and here it comes, actually.
And France takes Piedmont, which was, if I'm right, a German army.
Wait a minute. Oh, they're killing the army. Okay.
But it was willingly pulled off the board rather than retreat into Marseille. So that suggests that this is probably an FG stab on England and that they want to rebuild that as a fleet. That's how I would read that. So,
Yes.
yeah, this is the rarely spotted Western Triple where England is the loser by the looks of it.
Well, it can happen in this situation where you've got all your units committed to the north. I mean, that's how it can happen.
I honestly
we've seen Isaac play England a couple times tonight, and both other times he's put Fleet Liverpool down and gone straight after France. Maybe this is why. Like when he doesn't do that, look what happens.
I don't think I've ever seen a Western Triple where England was like, I've seen where either France or England came out on top, but I've never seen England as the loser out of that arrangement. This is interesting.
Yeah, and England perhaps should have reacted to Fleet Brest and the French armies a little bit sooner. Isaac a little too trusting. The East pushes up to the line, so they are punishing Germany for their hubris in this regard. Germany gets into North Sea and Skagerrak, but Austria charges forward to Silesia, threatens Munich. Doesn't push up to Tyrolia as well, though, so for the moment, Josh is okay, but as this is full, Austria has a full year to threaten Munich if they want to.
I think the real question is, when does Doug put the hammer down on Oslo?
Or Austria, or Russia. Like Doug has his choice of who to go after first, and
Yeah,
there's a very strong case actually that Russia's of no use to them. So why not take Rum? Okay, so pretty
Here come the
standard
fleets.
disbands. Yeah. German fleet goes to Baltic rather than westward. Cool. Okay. Actually, it makes sense given that you're already in North Sea and England isn't really putting themselves in a position to threaten it. That retreat to Portugal, it looks really tempting. It looks to me like a great way to just get your fleet killed rather than...
Yeah, that's not good.
Yeah, you could have defended Liverpool going to now. May have bought you another year in Portugal. Maybe Italy will cut Spain. But even then, you're relying on a guess of Italy cutting one or the other. And sooner or later, Italy's going to just take stuff for themselves. Or lose stuff to Turkey, as Apulia does go into Rome here.
I was going to say, does somebody take Romania? And they do.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, Yeah, it may well have been with Russian agreement, though, given that Warsaw was still being useful. Although, did
And they
Silesia try
couldn't
and support
build. They couldn't
Germany?
build for the third. They couldn't build a third. Yeah, that actually makes sense. You're right. It could have been a deal.
But yeah, no, Silesia supported Prussia to Warsaw, so they were trying to give it to Germany, but Turkey wasn't on board with that. Either way, yeah, Austria takes Rum and Venice. Italy loses all 3 home centres. Not for the first time tonight. We've seen a lot of Italy's have very sudden collapses to ATs taking all of their home dots. Not been a great night for Italy.
That's true.
Germany takes London. Probably not by agreement because it forced a disband on France.
I can
And here
see an
comes the
argument.
AT.
Yeah.
I can't. Germany couldn't build it. Germany had a +1 build and nowhere to put it down. I struggle to see the rebalancing argument there.
You're right about that. I didn't realize they were full up, but you're totally right. Rebalance when you have a chance to build. All right. So what's Austria doing now? They're moving back because they're worried about Doug.
Which is weird because Doug put 2 fleets down. Like, Doug couldn't have been any less threatening if he tried there. If a single army goes down, I completely understand this, but this is an interesting decision from Austria. But also, I don't get what France is doing, pulling away from Liverpool. France takes London back. Probably shouldn't have. Maybe this was Germany going, mea culpa, I shouldn't have stabbed. It was a poor stab, have it back. Yeah, other than that, it's Austria's pulled back away from Turkey, but Austria's problem is that they forced Doug to be proactive in defending. And now that Doug's done that, why is Doug going to stop? Doug puts another army down because he has to.
Yeah,
But
I agree.
always there to be aggressive. Yeah. I think Austria has sort of laid the bed of their own demise here.
Well, Turkey's at least acting like he's not going to do it here.
Yeah,
supporting the Austrians into Warsaw.
But you can do it in full. Like those 2 armies could very easily take Serbia.
Wait, you can stab people in the fall turn?
Apparently, a lot of people haven't been bothering.
I could have been doing that all these years. Crap! I always thought you needed to stab in the spring turn.
France finally a lot later than it's been. Also loses Edinburgh to the FG. Yeah, Turkey. This is it. This is the stab that was on the cards as soon as Austria had made
1, 2, 3, 4 centers.
Yeah. Wow.
And the game should draw here, right? Would Doug say no? Does he want to keep going, or I think this is.
I'm usually the guy that takes the draw and quits. I might say no here and get some more centers.
In this scoring system, it can be beneficial, and usually the risk of doing that is you don't do it because somebody else might take the top. But even with 2 years left, I see no one on this board that can threaten Doug. So veto it. Claim somebody else in the West did it. Yeah.
Take the win, though. As you guys pointed out early on, Western triples are really good for Turkey. And I said, if somebody in the Western triple stabs, which is exactly what happened. And there you go.
Well, and Doug just did a really good job of making sure that the units he was putting in were useful against the triple, but could be then used to his advantage should that opportunity came up. And his timing was basically flawless. Yes. Well done to Doug Malott. That was a fun one. I learned a little bit. I always like when there's a hypothesis or a theory that I've read about, and then you get to see it play out. Every game is different. There are no universal rules in diplomacy, but there are trends, and it is fun to observe those. That was a good game for that. We got 2 games left. So Virtual Diplomacy League 124. David, I'll let you take the lead on this one.
All right. We've got a player from New Zealand here that I'm not familiar with, Dominic Stevens. He must have played before, but I must have missed that. It's awesome to see him playing. Tim, we've already seen tonight, Patrick as well. Matthew Tatanchi had a really good run at the end of last season and playing again tonight here is Germany, which is good. Philip Cook, another Chicago player. And we've seen Jason Gray and Justin Lohr already during this League Night broadcast, and I think we may have already seen them in the Russia-Turkey situation, didn't we? Maybe they were flipped though.
I believe so. And what I will say for Dominic played in Summer Classic last week, and I believe he's a very long time face-to-face player. May have come fourth at a World Championship in the early 2000s, primarily in the Australia-New Zealand region.
Outstanding.
All right. Well, spring 1901. Let's take it away.
All right. The theme of the night is France doesn't go to Burgundy. So that happens again. But here we got another England jumping on France situation. Again, something that we don't see all that often. This might be the first time maybe I was gone for a game. This might be the first time we've seen a very traditional loan of the center of Trieste to the Italians by the Austrians here. We'll see if that gets followed up with a move to Aegean in the fall by the Ionian fleet. Got another Armenian fist bump here to get the Turkish fleet out. And we do not, I repeat, do not see a Russian move to the north.
No, it's him for once making the move into English Channel. A lot of the time when we've seen England do that so far, it's been rewarded with Russia coming north and them getting nothing from it. But not this time.
They do get Belgium convoy. That's a totally legitimate thing to do when you get into the English Channel with an army, is go ahead and just convoy to Belgium. So they do that along with Norway. What else do we have? I like the Italian move to Budapest here instead of keeping Trieste. I've never understood why anybody thought it was smart to have an Italian sit back there and not do anything, as opposed to going to Budapest where he's on the line, can actually do something with his unit and potentially get it out of the country. So I like the idea of going to Budapest and have that be the loan instead of Trieste be the loan.
There was a big theory about this when the Trieste loan first started to be a thing in virtual a few years ago during the pandemic. And I'm completely on the other side of things. I really dislike Italy having the ability to support a second army into Trieste later. And I think it's way more risky for Austria that Italy's in Budapest than if Italy was in Trieste.
Well, but the reason that I feel that way is that I prefer strong, aggressive moves in the beginning and using all of your units as an alliance to defeat your enemies, and not having somebody sitting back there doing nothing. Plus, I just like, on a moral level, I don't like anybody sitting around doing nothing. People should work for a living. Don't just sit back there in Trieste and not do anything. Get in the game, man. Get in the game.
The flip side is Budapest would always be occupied by an Austrian army instead, so it's not actually an extra army on the lines, and it means that Italy can't go up to Tyrolia next and do.
It's not an extra army. It's not an extra army on the line. It's an army on the front line, which you can then move forward so that it gets the hell out of your country. That's my thinking.
I dislike it.
Fine. One of the many points in which Michalis Comrades and David Hood do not agree. But I bet you one thing we do agree on. If you're France and you lose Burgundy, you're in trouble.
Yep. I think something else we'll probably agree on is if you're Russia, probably don't build fleets in Petersburg South Coast in 1901. And if you do that, definitely don't hold it.
Come on, Jason. This might be one of these situations where he ran out of time because he didn't order Sweden or St. Pete. So this might be one of those situations. It's obviously not unheard of.
Yes, put in a set of provisional orders and then put in your updated orders, but forget to submit them or submit them too late, something like that. I've been there.
Okay, I'm not really sure what the traveling Italian army is, but it's been in Budapest, Serbia, and Greece now. It's like a circus traveling through the Balkans. It's an Italian circus.
It's got the Airstream on their way to the Montana.
With very poor internet and a windstorm.
It's contagious. That's what's happened there. All right.
Let's see, Tim. What are you doing? You're getting into the Mid-Atlantic with support. That's what you want to do if you're trying to crack the French. And into Picardy with support. This is really just EG saying, we're going to take you out, Patrick, and we're going to do it positionally and not worry about taking shots at centers yet because we're just going to get you out of position, which they now have done.
And it's really strong to get into Mid-Atlantic with no French unit next to Portugal. Like, France has a build here that they can't put down, so they're actually just playing short. EG are really dominating this position. Meanwhile, I didn't like Italy and Budapest, but I do like the army being down in Greece. That's a much more natural position for it to be in.
It's too late now. You can't go back now and get on my train. You're off. You're against it
This is a much more natural position to be in because it can do this, David.
because you
This
could
is what the
stab.
other army.
Fine.
Yeah. You can take Serbia. You can take.
I don't know
Trieste.
why I'm listening to advice about Italy from a player who just wants to IT anyway and wants to screw her over, Austria over anyway in every game he's in. So. Well, let's see. Is this an IT? It's got to be an IT.
Look, ITs can work. Look at this. This is a working IT.
Well, unless the I guess which way are the Russians going to go here is going to be a question. In the West, of course, when you breach the Mid-Atlantic like that, you can take Portugal without a problem. Marseille's been lost. Yeah, this is just. What is Italy doing? Is Italy trying to help France? It looks like he's trying to help France.
I mean, why not at this point? Like, you might slow the EG down, and the EG is scary enough that you probably need to start trying to slow them down. Yeah, this is a really solid IT at the moment, and Austria is dropping like very, very quickly.
Gosh, we've sure have had a sitzkrieg between Germany and Russia up in Scandinavia, haven't we? They've just all been sitting there doing nothing.
Yeah, it's hard to see who Russia's real alliance partner is. Like, even here, Russia gets into Budapest. It looks like it's Italy, and maybe it's RIT, and somehow an RIT where Italy is okay with Turkey taking Greece and bringing fleets out. I don't know. I don't know if I like this for Italy.
It's not how I would have played it.
Vienna to Bohemia is an interesting play. Yeah, I guess the theory is you're going to go and fight the EG because it's moving so quickly. That must be the theory. Because you've got Piedmont, Tyrolia, Bohemia all going. So there must be a theory here that you're going to go do that. Although the Russians appear not to be cooperating because they're still in Sitzkrieg.
Yeah, and this is like Italy had the dominant position in the East, and they've given that up entirely. And this could easily turn into a wintergreen that takes Serbia right now and gives Italy all sorts of problems. And they could go from being the big power to back down to almost nothing.
Well, let's see.
For the moment, they're fine.
Yeah, for the moment.
So Austria is killed as Italy takes Vienna. Italy recaptures Tunis. Austria couldn't get any help from France to defend them in there. Italy also takes Marseille and therefore is actually just building overall +2. No, +1 because they've lost Greece. The Sixth Street continues in the north and the EG continues in the west.
Yeah, England's just had a great turn, really.
Yeah. Fleet Edinburgh goes down so that finally that Sixth Street can be broken. Yep. This is where the threat starts to appear on that front. Germany takes Sweden at last as well because they no longer care about a retreat to Skagerrak.
Do you know how much I like seeing Kiel hold and Munich hold? I think that's awesome. I think people should hold a lot and not order units because it's not like he's already antagonistic to Russia or anything so that he should go ahead and move to Silesia and do something with his men. It's better off just to hold and do nothing. Come on, Matthew.
I'll point out Matthew Tatonji came second in the lead standings last year and got to join.
He's a great player.
Final.
That's why I don't want to see great players sitting on their haunches. I want to see him moving.
He knows that holding is the correct move here. He's got a plan and he's going to do something with them.
Tim Crosby moving, getting that fleet into West Med, and followed up with Irish, got the unit in Spain. So looking like a pretty solid English position to me.
Yeah, when I said hold, not hold. I didn't say move to Holland. That wasn't what I said. Um, yeah, there
He's
may be a
opening
plan
keel
here.
for another army to hold, David.
Yep, maybe. I mean, wouldn't it be good for there not to be a Russian in Silesia because you're in Silesia? I think so. That's what I think. All right,
But
let's not belabor the point. The point is that EG has taken Marseille. That is a point that could be made.
Italy is
so
going
far,
down one.
so far, there's no war though in the Balkans, right? They've all agreed that what they need to deal with is the EG. It looks like.
Although
Yes,
Justin coming to Black Sea is dubious.
Maybe they're going to kill the Sev fleet and rebuild it.
Maybe they're going to say they're going to kill the Sev fleet to rebuild it and then just keep Sev.
Maybe.
where are those armies going to go? I have a hunch.
Nowhere.
Come on, move.
Oh,
Denmark. That's where you move an army in this situation. Denmark. That's a great place.
everyone loves Army Denmark. See, they're back there in Silesia. Matthew Tatonci had a plan, and that plan was to go to Holland so that he could walk into Belgium for free. Matthew Tatonci knew what he was doing, David.
I wonder if that, all kidding aside now, I wonder if that is arranged or not with the Belgium. Probably.
It probably is, given England's getting Paris for free anyway.
That would be my guess too.
No, I think these are two players who are saying, let's use our units for doing other things besides fighting each other.
Yeah. And also, England's going to get St. Petersburg pretty soon as well. So,
Justin went up there.
If Germany was stabbing England, Denmark goes to North Sea. It doesn't go to Baltic Sea.
I mean, that's definitely true. That's definitely true.
See, that army went up to Denmark so that it could become to Prussia, Davis. That was why it did that. I don't know why you didn't automatically think of that. That was the first thing that jumped into my head when I saw.
I mean, I'm glad that he was able to use that fleet Baltic to convoy instead of just ordering to Berlin and then Prussia by itself and using the fleet to get into Bothnia about support. That would have been another way to play that. I'm just saying.
But you know what? If they'd done that, then Russia would have defended St. Petersburg. But instead, Russia thought they needed to bounce Bothnia, and therefore England got into St. Petersburg for free. So this 4D chess, David, this is absolute brilliance. By
just
Jim
over my head. It's totally over my head. But you know, the Turks had got into Black Sea and Armenia and then didn't do anything, which is really just a lot, not anything happening back there, which may be the right answer.
Although Italy has come to Eastern Med, which it's the right answer for someone, but I'm not sure who. Okay. Cool.
What is happening here? Convoy to Syria through Lyon. Okay.
So everyone has decided that Justin is the person who needs to dial this board. I'm not sure how or why, but that's what they've decided.
Wow.
Okay. I mean, England can do that because they're not actually going to get any more progress against Italy. So I don't know why they would do that, but it was a thing they could do. Yeah. And Russia is helping Italy against Turkey as well, which also seems a lot less likely to get them built than if they sided with Turkey against Italy.
So we haven't done this because I've been moving us pretty quickly due to the volume of games. But I think this is an interesting spot in the game. Who do you like to top this board? David, I'll start with you.
I know England is ahead already, but I still think England is the one that's got the best shot to top the board. I mean, they can jump into the North Sea, they can take Marseille, they can do various things. So I don't really know what's happening here diplomatically is the problem. That's why I can't quite figure out if someone is going to get thrown centers here or something. But if it's not going to be something like that, I think Tim has the best chance.
I
Here it
don't see it
comes.
for Germany, so I'm therefore going to plump Italy because I can't pick England and go with David. So
No, you
yeah,
can if
I
you
think
want.
Italy. I mean, I do agree. England does just have the best chance, but I really
You can
don't
be a
see a
yes
path to
man.
the top.
You could be my yes man. Go ahead.
Yeah, I see a path for Italy that requires a hell of a lot of good luck.
And maybe some throwing. That's what I said earlier. It's conceivable that there could be some throwing. Um, although that's not really what's happening here. It doesn't look like.
No, but if Russia takes dots but loses to Germany as is presently happening, that's a way that Italy can end up taking all of those dots later.
I mean, there is some time left in the game. It's only the end of 1907. So there's
Yeah.
another six turns, maybe 8 turns left.
Well, Fleet Sev is definitely not what I was expecting here. So that would tend to go in the pro Italy or advantage Italy camp, I would imagine.
I mean, it's also great news for Germany because it means that they can actually now push a bit further. And even though they would have got Moscow anyway, the fact they get it for free means that they can advance in other places like this. So this is actually huge for their chances of topping. They didn't have to fight for Moscow; they just got to walk Livonia in, and therefore they're also in Piedmont, Tyrolia, and Silesia at the same time in a way they otherwise probably wouldn't have been.
Yeah, Italy doing what Italy is doing just completely makes this game so unpredictable here.
Yeah, I mean, Germany's got Venice guaranteed, but England's into Tunis. This is a bizarre situation now.
Very, very strange. It's hard to see what Philip is doing unless Justin just really made him angry somehow.
I mean, I do think Philip will survive on a reasonably decent number of centres. So maybe he's actually concluded this was his path to the best score rather than waiting to be ground out between England and Turkey. And he may not have been wrong because you do often see that that's what happens to in Italy in that situation.
Yeah.
If he comes out of this game and ends on 7-8 centres, I won't fault him for that.
Well, and in this scoring system, that just means he's third. You know, what's wrong with that?
Yeah. But it's also something to cling to in terms of your takeaway from the game. Like even if the score difference isn't gigantic, it just feels better to come out of a game with a 6, 7, 8 centre survive than a 2 centre survive that you've just about got to the end in.
Tim has set himself up to where he almost can't do what he needs to do to. I mean, he's not next to Marseille anymore. He just about can't do what he needs to do to guarantee the board top here. I'm not sure why.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a lot that could still happen here. There's a lot that could still happen.
I mean, the Italian dots is where, if Italy is going to keep fighting, because Italy stabbed Russia there as well. So even though the summit's coming in Rome, there's room to go off to Naples and Rome before the end of
I
this.
suppose. All right. We're convoying to Tuscany now. Is that what's happening? Yes.
This game has the best convoys.
We've had a lot of great convoys tonight in general. Remember the convoys where people both convoyed into Edinburgh and Liverpool? That's happened twice tonight already. So
Yeah.
we got the convoy to Syria a little while ago. Good stuff.
So Italy gets into Rum whilst also supporting Russia into Con. So even at I don't know what Justin did this game, but he's done something to upset his neighbours. As Jason, whilst dying to Italy, is still more determined to kill Turkey off than anything else. Okay.
See, I'm not so sure that Matthew can't pull this out. Honestly, because Tim has not put himself in the position I would think he would have to make
Yeah,
sure
I
that
agree.
he's the topper.
And I think a lot of it was also that turn where he just got Moscow so much quicker that let him send all these armies south and start doing this. He'd be a year behind on this front otherwise.
Well,
Like,
but
this would be 1910 moves.
Tim's not even trying to get in the position to do it. It's just a lot of holding. Unless they've got it all worked out where they're going to get some high shared board top or something, which is possible. And under this system, though, I still think there's a tiebreaker so that one of them's the actual board topper. But
not in open tribute.
This is back to Virtual Diplomacy League.
Oh, that's right. You're totally right.
Yep.
Yep. Sorry. It's late.
Yep, it is late. So I do see that Tim has support from Italy. So if that continues, that could be a difference maker.
Doesn't have support from Italy into Ionian though. Only where it's good for Italy.
That's true.
Although Italy walking out of rum wasn't quite so good for Italy.
Yeah, I'm not sure we can really say that there's a completely coherent plan for what's going on here as far as the Italians are concerned, other than survival. I'm not sure they really
killing
care.
Turkey, that was a coherent plan. It wasn't
Is that
necessarily
a second
the best
freaking
plan.
convoy to Tuscany? That is a second convoy to Tuscany.
And a convoy to Livonia, which
And a
usually
convoy to
England would be
Bulgaria.
worried about.
A
Yeah,
convoy to Bulgaria.
usually that would worry England, but Moscow's moved out to Seb, so maybe it doesn't. I don't know. If they've not been ticking boxes, this will time out in 1910, maybe 1911. If boxes have been getting ticked here, could we see another 1717? Matthew takes
Whoa.
takes a bit more than that.
Whoa.
Wow.
Whoa.
Wait a minute.
Wait.
Russia and Italy threw him the solo.
Well, I believe I said unless there's some throwing, I thought England had the advantage, but yes, there's throwing.
Walked out of Serbia and Bulgaria and convoyed him into Ankh and gave up Sev. Okay.
Matthew Tatanci goes plus.
David, this is why you hold in Kiel and Munich.
Yes, apparently Matthew had this plan all along. I'll take it all back. Holding in Kiel and Munich was the key to this victory for sure.
Absolutely.
What the freaking hell was that?
Well,
Tim must be sitting there going, what on earth just happened? He didn't throw dots. This happens with him just getting completely caught off guard.
Took me off guard. I normally see a solo coming a little bit. That was shocking.
That must
I
have
could
been...
see the big store potentially coming, but I just didn't see the 18 because I just didn't think they were actively going to throw that many dots.
Wow.
It's actually hard to arrange that in a negotiation period like that. I mean, it must have been a very long plan here. And maybe it was one of those things where they tried to unhinge the alliance. Tim wouldn't listen, Matthew wouldn't. Then they decided that fine, we'll just punish Tim for not stabbing Matthew when we wanted him to by giving. That's how solos sometimes happen, is the throw like that.
It may also have been Tim was vetoing draws, and so Italy and Russia decided to punish for that reason. That
Maybe
could
so.
very much have been the case.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
This really changes the complexion of the season. Absolutely. There we go. There we go.
That makes a lot of sense in that position. Sort of. Maybe.
Well, that is one of the more common ways that someone can get thrown a solo is for that exact reason. That's the risk for when you have a draw proposal on the table. That is always a factor that you need to consider. Doesn't mean that you should always accept it early, but do you know that is a risk?
Well, congrats, Matthew, and that probably puts him on the top board as well. So
yeah, that's an amazing result for Matthew Tatanci. And I was just kind of screwing around with him earlier about the holding, but what a great situation to be able to get a throw like that from that, from Tim making people angry. It's one of the reasons why you always have to have your radar up when you're playing diplomacy about the way the other people are feeling about you and each other, so that you can adapt your play accordingly. And you can't just go like a bull in a china shop and not just do whatever you want, not care how people react to it, because this is sometimes what happens. So Tim must not have realized that this, didn't have his radar up and didn't realize this was happening.
Well, congratulations, Matthew Tatanci. That was our second solo of this season. For Justin, who has our other one, that has resulted in a lot of targeting since that point. So we'll find out if we get more targeting for Matthew Tatanci. Although with the score 340, he might not even need to play another game.
Target schmarget.
He had some scores already as well. They weren't massively high scores, but it's enough to. He's got top board. He's played. If he plays again, it'll be for seeding.
Yeah. All right. Well, let's come to our final game of the night.
I
And
don't know how we top that one, but let's see if Jamal can help us top it.
go. McCallus, I'll put you as primary for this one. Let's introduce our players and close out the night.
All right. In Austria, we have Cody Green playing out of Fort Wayne, Indiana. In England, we have fourth placed Jamal Blakali, who's already looking reasonably good for top board, but maybe a bit less good after that last game. France, we have Peter McNamara doing us a full Australian flavour in the West, and poor old Ian Rudnick has to play between the two of them. My commiserations before this even begins, Ian. Marcus Lone playing it out of Italy. We saw some great Russia play from him earlier in the night. Evelyn Marshall playing out in Russia, and Nicholas Spencer, Bob's a Builder, is back for more playing in Turkey. Alrighty. In the West, well, we see Germany attempting to get to Burgundy again, but this time it's by bounce. France bounces Burgundy, goes down to Gascony, and yeah, other than that, the West is pretty standard. Italy's up into Tyrolia, which has been a lot more common tonight. We've seen that quite a few times as well. As of yet, I don't think it's led to a great Italian result, but maybe this will break the mold for Marcus. And Russia, we see Moscow to Livonia. Not something you see too often. There's usually reasons for that, but well, maybe this will work out somehow. Austria gets into Gal as a result too, so there wasn't a DMZ there, or if there was, Austria broke it.
I've seen an argument that this is why you go to Livonia, is so that you can cover Warsaw, but you could also give yourself the option to convoy to Sweden and things like that. I guess that's a reason you could do it.
Yeah, and she managed to do it without annoying Ian, as a lot of the time Ian will see that as a very hostile Russia and bounce Sweden, but Ian has not bounced Sweden here, which I think is wise given who his two neighbours are. Jamal gets a free guaranteed convoy into Belgium. That's what happens when France and Germany bounce Burgundy. Italy possibly tries to snipe Vienna there, which is fun, cool. Don't see that too often nowadays either. And Turkey brings fleet out into Con and is rewarded with Russia putting the fleet into Sevastopol. So awkward position in the east with no one being really well set up to attack any of their neighbors.
Oi,
Oof.
we have there be fleets coming to the Black Sea.
Oh, and that's so bad for both of them. Like,
it's not ideal.
Yeah, so this is the inevitable outcome: is they bounce each other in Black Sea, and AI make great progress while RT go nowhere.
Jamal setting up for the attack into St. Pete.
The Australians doing Western Tripoli moves. Ian seemingly at the moment not going along with it.
All right, so they do take St. Pete, and probably, well, I don't know if that's an arranged bounce in English Channel or not. I can't really tell from looking at this. There is a supported move into Burgundy, though. England tried to support Burgundy, right? It looks like it. So
yep,
maybe that must not be a bounce in English Channel. I mean, a range bounce in English Channel. In the east, we've got an attempted convoy into Smyrna, which is an interesting way to do that. Probably worth a shot, honestly, under the circumstances, I think. But otherwise, the Turks take or lose Bulgaria, and the Austrians take Romania out. So
Trieste, I would imagine, is by agreement.
I would think so,
take
yeah.
two.
Under the theory that they weren't be sure they could take the convoy, and the Austrians are going to take the two centers anyway. So good for them.
And I mean, this is what happens when Russia and Turkey both put down two fleets to contest Black Sea, as both of them get screwed. And
Russia didn't even try to defend Romania there, did they? No. They literally went to the Black Sea instead.
And they've now disbanded Livonia and Moscow to keep those two fleets on the board in the south.
My God,
which is
the Black Sea fleet's important to Russian prestige.
Something like that. Oh, it's okay. It's getting back into rum. because Austria's decided to attack Italy. Maybe Trieste was not arranged. Maybe that was a stab. And
That's almost got to be what's going on here because of the two fleets coming back from the Italians. That's fair, Peter. Yeah, that's fair. Yeah,
that sounds. I can buy that.
I got to bounce now because there's support by Jamal in the English channel.
Yeah.
Let's see. They
Ian's
try to
into
take.
Ruhr.
Okay, I got it. Yep.
We've seen a lot of EGs tonight.
We certainly have, and
like
you
it.
know,
I have been frustrated personally by the amount of EFs that we've had over the past couple of years. It's such a powerful, dominant alliance. We should have EFs, but we should also have EGs because EG can also be a very good alliance, and we have really had a lot of German hardship, I would say, as a power in this meta. So I'm really happy to see that shift. I think that's going to create for more dynamic and interesting games. And I think it should just encourage everybody to keep their options open when we're negotiating.
I also believe that this has been a poor season for France so far in VDL. I was looking at it earlier. The current best France was a second place with 90 points, I believe. It was not a strong best France for halfway through a season. Yeah.
McCallus, remind me at the end of the broadcast because I will forget. Let's check the stats and see where we're at because I think that's an interesting question, interesting observation.
so do we have an AI war anymore? It kind of doesn't look like it.
But they're
We
also
sort
not
of
doing
do, but
anything else.
I mean, the Turks do take Sevastopol, so they're certainly trying to take advantage of what they think is AI conflict. Hopefully,
Russia gets to rebuild that fleet into an army. Sadly, they've still got another fleet.
Not anymore.
Yeah, they did. The Austrian fleet is blown up as well. So it turns out we had the first couple of years was all naval proliferation. It was all the build up to World War One with the arms race between all the great powers of the world. Now what we're seeing is the post World War One with all the restrictions on naval building, and all of those fleets have got to come back off the board. They're being scuttled as we speak.
Market's just completely pulling out of the whole anti-Austrian thing. It looks like
To go to Turanian Sea to do something.
well to go and deal with the EG. I think is the theory.
I wonder
Power
how effectively.
people.
Yeah. So, Jamal gets the correct guess and gets into Portugal. That's pretty brutal for Peter. That's a really painful disband. Although, does Jamal misorder a convoy to Picardy there?
Convoy to
Gas
Gascony.
to
Yeah.
gas. Yeah. Okay, so that's why that convoy didn't go through. So it's not as bad as it could have been for Peter. Peter's still got some hope of staying alive here. Whereas if that convoy had gone through as well, that would have been pretty terminal. Germany gets into St. Petersburg, so that was guaranteed. So Russia rather is down to 1. Turkey is getting the build out of Rum. So yeah, the AIT are pushing towards the line, and that's just good news for Jamal out of this position. Like an AIT can tie up Germany pretty effectively. Can't do a lot to England.
Yeah, that's right.
Builds are what you would expect at this stage. Turkey has to build an army to the fleet. You can't build it in an AIT.
Do you leave your fleet in the Ionian if you're in an AIT? I mean,
maybe Peter doesn't want it coming west at the moment.
Maybe. Just needs the one fleet to help. I don't know.
Yeah.
It just seems awfully inefficient to me. You don't just want to help; you want to actually help the French win. You know, having an extra fleet in North Africa or something would really help.
Yeah, I mean, the problem is this game is locking up very, very quickly at this point, and there's no obvious way to unlock it either. Like, Turkey stabbing Austria is an option, but while Italy's there, it's probably a pretty scary option that Italy will just come in on the Austrian side. Austria is not got great stabs on Italy or on Turkey.
I think that's a good call out, McCullis. We've had a couple of very fast games tonight, and this one is the opposite. I think we're very much getting into a grind, and for somebody to break through, it's gonna be slow and steady. They will not. I don't think a big diplomatic shift is going to make a big difference here because of how balanced this board state is.
Yeah, so well, we see some kind of shift looking at Trieste. Maybe it's arranged, maybe not. Austria is taking Warsaw. Warsaw and Moscow would last easily takeable dots, although EG have been seriously outguessed to lose Belgium here, and Germany to be the one who has to pull as a result. Although I guess they have superfluous fleets, so you can make the case that it's not the end of the world for them. France loses Spain because Italy has sided with Portugal, with the English now. Italy's building 2. Okay, this is a moment Italy can unlock this game by deciding not to AIT from here. So this is a
I
risky
don't know.
moment for
Trieste
Austria.
must have been a stab. It's hard to imagine that not being a stab.
It is, but like, why does Ionian go the other direction if you're stabbing?
Everybody's getting one, and then it just so happens Marcus got Spain also.
Yeah.
Maybe it's not a stab. It just seems a little weird to move back from Tyrolia to Trieste unless your intentions are hostile.
But this can very easily now turn into an IT if that's what they want. Like even that Turkish build can easily convoy to Bull. There's room to do stuff here.
It's an IT that feels like a wintergreen.
Yeah.
Well, that's not what's happening though. Well, maybe it's what's happening. I don't know.
It's not the most proactive of ITs if it is what's happening, but Austria clearly thought something was happening. So Austria has taken Romania, decided to attack Turkey. Italy is continuing to send some stuff west, e.g. get back into Belgium and into Brest. So this is possibly the end of Peter McNamara. We see a delightful for England double retreat to Burgundy there to piff an otherwise unpiffable French unit. Cool. Don't get to see that too often. England gives up Sweden to Germany, so that's how they're rebalancing it after the retreat last turn. Fair enough. Yeah, this looks like Peter is on the ropes. Austria now. Well, yeah, this is now an IT. I think we can say.
Yeah.
Italy gets into Vienna but loses Trieste for their time. Austria gets into Sev to trade it out for Rum. Has lost Bull, but Turkey is even because Germany is the one who's got Moscow. So not for the first time tonight. We're seeing complete carnage in the east and the west actually being the net gainers out of it. That's been a bit of a recurring theme.
Yep. I mean, it's an IT with a very intact Austria that they're fighting. It's going to take a while to eat all that. So the EG is still sticking together, at least for now. English army into Burgundy, English army into Belgium, English fleet moves to North Atlantic, get away from German stuff. So at least for now.
So usually in an EG, England has a really good stab into Holland on Germany. In this specific scenario, England doesn't have a really good stab into Holland because Holland's already English. So the usual English stab on Germany is actually a lot less effective than it otherwise would be because of that weird scenario with England being the one holding Holland, and Germany can put something into Denmark quite easily here and make England really work for a stab in a way that they don't usually have to in an EG. So that's actually pretty good for Ian, and those armies that England are putting down, they're a little less threatening than they normally would be.
Yeah, Ian's got a great position. He doesn't have to defend St. Pete. He's working with the Austrians, so he doesn't have to worry about Moscow. Moscow. There's really a lot of really good diplomatic situation. There's Silesia and Tyrolia are interesting places to be.
Yep.
Um,
And if Cody is mad enough against the ITE, like there's room for Cody to throw dots to Germany as well.
Germany takes Warsaw. They've rebalanced the Norway-Sweden situation again. Of course, England takes Paris at this point. Oh, Germany's putting France into Venice so that France can live. So it's nothing better when you're breaching the stalemate line to have a couple of janissaries to take along with you.
That could make all the difference.
Really can.
IT have done some really good moves this time. Like they're losing, but they have made some really good tactical moves to piff two Austrian armies, work out that the priority here is getting them off the board as quickly as possible so that you can then use the rest of your units more proactively. So I really like that piff on Albania. The one on Serbia maybe is a bit more obvious, but that piff on Albania is really strong here from an IT perspective.
Although, I mean, to what end? Unless we get a big throw at the end of this game like we got of the last one.
You can't always do things with a great long-term plan in mind. When your position is quite rough, you have to do what's the best midterm plan. And the best midterm plan is getting these Austrian armies off the board before they can do anything like throw to Germany. So I still like the piffs. Not too sure I like the fact that no one's going to Ionian here in case England comes to the Med, but by the looks of it, Jamal isn't coming to the Med.
Why isn't Jamal coming to the Med?
Jamal probably thinks he can get this board top without having to do that. I don't know if he's right, but he may think that.
Jamal also may think that he's already got the top board pretty securely and is therefore happy to do some sort of shared top with Ian. Get a friend. Maybe Jamal is unaware of what's happening in another game concurrent to this, that Matthew Totomchi is getting a little bit more than that.
Well, in his defense, we were unaware of it too until it actually happened. So
yeah, and bearing in mind that happened in 1910, that's got to have happened later than at the stage this game is at. So this game can't have been aware of that.
All right, so Austria is now out, right? Well, no, they've got a center left.
Yep.
France has a center left. If Jamal's coming, this would be the time, right? He's got support into Spain.
Take Spain, loses Holland, maybe by agreement. Yeah, there's nothing else Germany's doing that's hostile, so that's presumably by agreement. Germany gets Budapest but loses Vienna for now. Okay, there's quite a lot that can happen to change this position still.
The Italians just put the French into Vienna. Is that what happened?
Yes.
That's interesting.
So Peter has changed to his Janissarying for the second time tonight, we see a really, really nice brace. Gotta love it here. This time it's Germany using it to defend Budapest. Really well worked out that was the correct move. Especially as it's a lot less obvious in this case that Vienna was the one that should be moving. Although Vienna was hard to hold.
That's one nice thing about having skill level of two-time Diplomat of the Year Peter McNamara as a Janissary, and just say, hey, can you work out some tactics and I'll go do other stuff? You get that kind of brain power, that kind of experience.
Yeah, he could have subcontracted out the moves. That's true.
I'm not too sure Jamal will be thrilled to see Army Ruhr here.
True.
Even Army Kiel, I'm not too sure Jamal will be thrilled to see. Like, Fleet Kiel is obviously very hostile, but if there's only one more year, Army Kiel might actually be more hostile.
Is Jamal okay with Ian topping the board, I wonder?
Can Jamal do anything about it if he's not at this point?
I mean, Ian can take Norway right now if he wants.
Yeah.
It would lead to some interesting retreats and stuff, but still.
And he's at least tied Jamal up around Belgium.
Even not thrilled, says Jamal. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, Peter, it was nice to know you, man. Nice knowing you.
So Ian has not stabbed Jamal, has decided to take Vienna, somehow holds on to Budapest because IT moves are not ideal. They should get it in full though, so that's
Yeah,
probably
I think it's a
fine.
fall question.
Jamal is in North Sea, which now means Ian has to do a 50-50 guess over Sweden and Denmark.
Or lose Holland.
Or lose Holland, yeah. All right. Does take St. Petersburg, but loses Norway in the process. Ian does lose Budapest, Turkey. England's also getting Marseille. So yeah, this looks like Jamal has taken the top. Well done. Maybe if there's another year, that may not be the case because Turkey's in okay. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah, I
congratulations.
think yeah, big congratulations to Jamal. I think Ian had the opportunity, and by not doing the stab, he in fact cost himself the top.
I think that's right. Although Jamal was in a pretty decent position anyway, but
Yeah.
Well, yet another effective EG. I, for one, am here for it. Glad to see that. And then well done, Nicholas Spencer as well, getting the 9 center tie for second. So really a good play all around. This one was fun. I'm going to go back and rewatch this game for sure. This is one I think I could probably learn a little bit. Really good balance of strategic decisions and tactics. So.
I always like to see a good Kraken, and I especially like to see it where someone does well out of it without having to stab their ally. And Turkey did pretty well out of this game. They pretty much maximized the position for what they could get at the end of this game.
All right. Well, that was our final game of the night. Gentlemen, we went through 11 games, and it's been about 4.5 hours. We're right on pace. Y'all were fantastic. Let's go ahead and wrap out our show looking first at some stats. Let's see what this is saying. So first up, we've got, add this to the stage. So here's our stats for the Virtual Diplomacy League. This is only VDL games, not all DBN games from the season. So we can see that for our number of tops, France has not had any lone tops. So get a 0.8 for that. Behind Austria, behind Turkey, behind
well, Russia's the other really weak one, which you don't see too often.
Russia at 1. So yeah, this is fun. 2.3 tops for Austria, 3.2 for Germany. So Germany coming on strong. I know past 2 seasons, Germany's been one of the lowest powers. So really, really happy to see that rebalancing a little bit. It may not be updated, Peter. You were quite positive.
Look like it has enough tops on it.
Yeah, and also it's definitely missing the other solo that happened today.
So it's probably going to have to update that next month.
Yep. But still, it's interesting to see where we were coming into this game, and I don't think the trends will be significantly different based on what we're looking at here.
No, Germany was getting the most tops, and now Germany's adding a solo on top of that. So.
Yep. All right, well, let's close out our show by taking a look at our standings. We will start with 11 through 20. What's going on there? Let's see if I can get this to refresh. There we go. So 11 to 20, we've got, we'll just do our top 14. Isaac Jukes with 189, Jason Bennett, Super Wordy, Jordan Connors.
What a stab not starting with the top 16.
And then we've got our top 10. Karsten, Matthew, Marcus. Top 7, Christian Brown, Micah Blom, Doug
That
Millett.
can't be accurate. Matthew's higher than that with a solo.
Yeah, I'm wondering if these... Let me try something here.
Did you go to the end of that game? Like,
Yeah, I'm
finish
gonna
that
just
game out?
mark all of these as game over, see if this refreshes anything. It did not. So we'll have to come back to these scores. I'm guessing there's uh, something up with that. I'll try one more thing here. Close out of it, reopen it. If this doesn't work, we'll give up. Yeah, it didn't change. So I'll reach out to Brandon. We'll get that sorted out, and Zachary Moore will post the correct finalized standings for everybody. We definitely know that there will be a shift in the leaderboard. Even I, being exhausted, can do that math. So congratulations to all of our players, especially Matthew Tatanchi on second solo of the season, and David McCallus. Thank you both. I know it's been very late for y'all, and I'm very grateful. Always enjoy doing these broadcasts with you. McCallus, I think it's been the longest since you've been on League Night, so why don't you sign us out?
Well, this has been a great game, a great night with a lot of great games. I hope all of you tune in tomorrow for our Summer Classic top board coverage. Tournament directed by yours truly, hosted by Brandon Fogel for the show tomorrow. We might even get Ed with some terrible internet in that game as well. Other than that, yeah, stay safe and snap well.
Night, everybody.